ask the honourable member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation to lead us in the national anthem.
Président. Au Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est ceint de fleurs glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix, ton histoire est une portrait des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Déclaration de députés, statements from members. The honourable member from Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share some exciting news. Last week, our government announced $3.1 billion in additional funding from the federal government to the province of Ontario to strengthen our healthcare system. This is in addition to the $77 billion that will be transferred to the province as part of the Canada Health Transfer. The bilateral agreement is a testament to the cooperation of federal and provincial leadership in Ontario. This is a moment of celebration for our community as the agreement signifies a concrete commitment to advancing healthcare infrastructure, reducing wait times, ensuring access to family health teams, and modernizing health records. This is also a significant step forward in our pursuit for a Whitby hospital, a project close to the hearts of all residents in our town. Specifically, it gives Ontario the means to accelerate essential projects, notably the construction of a long-awaited hospital in Whitby. Our community has spoken, and we're looking forward to the province getting moving.
The honourable member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, happy Valentine's Day.
Yay!
Speaking of matters from the heart, every year there are more than 260,000 Canadian babies who are born with congenital heart defect, the #1 birth defect in Canada. And this week is Congenital Heart Disease Awareness Week. My wife and I have a personal connection. 8 years ago, we lost our son, only 22 minutes after birth, Teddy, to congenital heart defect. Most families have a similar story. Congenital heart defects occur in every 1 of 100 babies born in Canada. But many families have stories that last a lifetime thanks to work of doctors and the Canadian Congenital Heart Alliance celebrating its 20th year this year. 60 years ago, only about 20% of children survived to adulthood. That number has since increased to over 90%. These children who are born to CHD are some of the strongest kids. They are heart warriors and may endure multiple surgeries after birth and throughout their life. This Valentine's Day, have a heart. Share your stories of congenital heart disease, and let's find a cure so Canadians can bring their babies home with a broken heart.
The honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to recognize and honour my good friend and former parliamentarian from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, the 3-term Mayor of Halifax, Mike Savage. Mike is known as a leader who can work with any order of government, no matter the political stripe, to get things done. Back when I served with him as a municipal councillor and his deputy mayor, I appreciated how open and accessible he was. Whether as the chair of FCM's Big City Mayors or as co-chair of FCM's 2015 Syrian Refugee Resettlement Task Force, his strong sense of civic duty and drive to foster greater economic and social inclusion for everyone guide his path. Mike is someone who deeply cares about people, and regardless of the challenge, the issue, or even the jurisdiction, he works hard advocating for folks across the municipality. After more than a decade as our mayor, Mike won't be seeking re-election. It's no secret that under his leadership, our city has experienced record growth, and our next mayor has big shoes to fill. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mayor Mike Savage and his entire team for their years of service and dedication to our municipality.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. On February 24th, it'll be a special day for members of my riding. Ms. Lefort will celebrate her 100th birthday. The Belfort family is indispensable to my region, and it has transformed over generations. And even the father of Ms. Bellefleur was mayor historically. Kaby Bovin, she gave birth to 5 beautiful children, and she was involved in many organizations, including the Seniors Association and the Canadian Cancer Associations. All of this in addition to managing her family company. Ms. Lefleur acted very graciously, and happy 100th birthday to you. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellon. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to draw attention to the problems of civil aviation safety across the Taiwan Strait. Since January 30th, China's Civil Aviation Administration has been in clear violation of ICAO regulations. China's unilateral changes to air routes and its revocation of the 2015 cross-strait agreement without consulting Taiwan seriously compromises aviation safety, peace, and stability in the region and undermines the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. The Taiwan Strait is an indispensable axis of world trade, and any disruption would have major repercussions worldwide. Today, more than ever, it is important to uphold global cohesion, the rule of law, and respect for bilateral treaties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, Canadians know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. In this era of insane inflation, housing crisis, and food prices through the roof, this Prime Minister is hiking the carbon tax again on April 1st. They want to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Wow. Canadians are crying out for relief, but this government instead wants to keep digging deeper into our pockets to fund their corrupt overspending. The carbon tax makes food more expensive at every stage. When you tax the farmer who grows the food and the trucker that transports the food, you tax the people who buy the food. The carbon tax does nothing to reduce emissions, but forces Canadians into poverty and homelessness. The end result of the Liberals' failed carbon tax experiment are the 2 million Canadians who are now using food banks. This is unacceptable. Conservatives will continue to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The Honourable Member from Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to stand in the House of Commons today and show my love for the Arctic and our love for Canada's sovereignty and security. I want to talk about the generational NORAD investments of nearly $40 billion over 20 years that we're investing into the safety and security of the Canadian Armed Forces for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, under NORAD, we have designated 3 sites of forwarding operations in Inuvik, Yellowknife, and Iqaluit, and 1 operating deployment air base in Happy Valley Goose Bay. These 4 sites are critical to NORAD's operations in the Arctic and to Canada's sovereignty. We're investing to build 6 new Navy ships, 4 of which we've delivered, 88 new aircraft, and nearly $7 billion to modernize our surveillance system by installing over-the-horizon radar systems. Unlike the Conservatives who cut the budget in national defence and Canada's security system, we are increasing our budget and we are spending the money that we need.
The Honourable Member from Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, in 1913, Jews were prohibited from practicing medicine in any hospital in Toronto. But 4 brave immigrant women from the Jewish community worked tirelessly and raised enough support to open the doors to an institution that is known today as Mount Sinai Hospital, a world leader in the delivery of health care in over 45 languages. Ironically, this sacred ground of healing was the target of an anti-Semitic protest that undermined the health and safety of the patients and medical professionals who work there. The hatred must come to an end. The attacks against synagogues, schools, businesses, and neighborhoods must stop. But the burden shouldn't fall only to the Jewish community. We must all put our shoulder to the wheel. Strong allies like Labour leader Victoria Mancinelli speak with moral clarity and set an example for others. For only if we stand together can we end anti-Semitism and live up to the vision of Mount Sinai that still motivates an inclusive and life-saving work that they do today. Thank you.
The honourable member from Calgary Heritage.
After 8 years, these NDP Liberals are not worth the cost. And guess what? The Alberta NDP agree. NDP leadership contenders are abandoning the sinking carbon tax ship.
That's right.
Sarah Hoffman said they played dirty politics with it and picked winners and losers. You know who else loses? All Canadians. 23%. That's the whopping increase to their carbon tax on April 1st. 2 million Canadians lined up at food banks across the nation. The family of 4 paying $700 more in groceries this year. This Prime Minister is so radical that even his costly coalition partners in Alberta's NDP can't defend his carbon tax. So let me be clear to NDP Liberals in filleting each other and the costs on everything. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and restore the promise.
Yeah!
The honourable member from Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, February is Age-Related Macular Degeneration Month, and yesterday was AMD Awareness Day on the Hill. A number of stakeholders and specialists in eye care are here in Ottawa this week to meet with members of this House and the other place to speak to vision care issues. We salute them and their work that they do on behalf of all of us. I also take this opportunity to thank all of my colleagues in this House for adopting unanimously my Bill C-284 to establish a national eye care strategy in Canada. I ask my colleagues in the Senate to please pass the bill as soon as possible. It would be wonderful to celebrate the adoption of an eye care strategy during February AMD Awareness Month. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
The Auditor General lifted the veil on this government's corrupt Arrive scam, revealing that the cost of this useless app, which should have been $80,000, is $60 million and counting. The 2-person company, GC Strategies, that did no IT work, was paid over $19 million for Arrive scam, charging over $1,000 a day, 60% more than a government IT employee. And with insider access, they dictated the requirements for a contract they won. Today, media is reporting they've received over $250 million from this Liberal government since 2015. Whiskey tasting and extravagant dinners with government officials went unreported. Documents went missing, and taxpayers footed the bill. The Prime Minister's failed Arrive scam app, which wrongly sent thousands of Canadians into quarantine, was over budget and not worth the cost. The RCMP must expand its investigation to figure out where the money is and how to get it back.
Yeah.
The honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
As Asian Canadians welcome the Year of the Dragon, Richmond residents gathered to protest taxpayer-funded drug use in their community. A video from the protest has gone viral and international. As citizens dared to speak up, they were shouted down by a vile left-wing racist screaming, "Go back to Hong Kong and go back home where you came from." These comments are outrageous and have no place in our country. It's shameful that this Prime Minister has allowed racism to fester among his political base. People from all over the world used to dream of a day when they could bring their families to Canada, afford a home in a safe community, and be part of the Canadian story. We have been blessed by the contributions of Asian immigrants for generations. After 8 years of this Prime Minister's radical drug policies, our streets are filled with crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. Conservatives stand with all Canadians who want to raise their children in a drug-free community and will always defend their right to say so.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, with winter, cold and snow, it's hard to imagine better days ahead. But rest assured, spring is on its way, and with it, the delicious symbol of warmth that is Quebec-made maple syrup. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's once again time for families, friends, and visitors to take part in the maple harvest, a ritual as sweet as the syrup it celebrates. It's a celebration of Quebec gastronomy, where traditional dishes mingle with the taste of fresh maple syrup, a harvest that dates back to the Indigenous peoples and is part of Quebec's rich heritage and culture.
Pancakes, your crepes, or pretty much anything your heart fancies in fresh maple syrup at home or visiting our local cabana souks, I invite all Vaudreuil-Soulangeois to enjoy the delicious gift of spring that the maple harvest brings. Merci.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
On every Valentine's Day since 1992, led by Indigenous matriarchs, 2S LGBTQ+, and family members in the downtown East Side, the community took to the streets to honor and grieve for the loss of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and the gender diverse. Each year, as we march, the drumming unite our heartbeat, eagles circle in the sky. Their spirit live within us. This act of remembrance is an expression of love, respect, and solidarity for families and survivors. Our community stand united in the call for justice. We demand full implementation of all 231 calls for justice. We demand action and not just empty words. We demand accountability and measurable progress. CBC reported that as of June 2023, only 2 of the 231 calls for justice have been completed, and more than half have not even been started. This is unconscionable. In honor of Indigenous...
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. On January 27th, at the St. Scholastique Church, over 200 people paid their last respects to Ms. Louise Léonard, who passed away at the age of 79. She was the wife of my friend Denis Lauzon, founder of Mirabel's Agricultural Centre. Denis had a very special way of introducing himself to people. For nearly 60 years, he was the self-proclaimed best married man in St. Scholastique, and with good reason. He and Louise had a touching complicity, and I was welcomed like a son in their home. As a teacher, Louise Léonard contributed to the development of hundreds of young people who crossed her path. She was proud and involved in her community and the world. Like many village elders, Louise longed to grow old at her husband's side at the new seniors' residence in St. Scholastique, peacefully with her loved ones. And as you stroll down the hill today, you may come across Denis, and if you look up to the sky, you'll see Louise, her eyes full of kindness, watching over him and all of us, as she always has. Bon voyage, Louise.
Member from Calgary Midnapore.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, the RCMP is once again investigating a Liberal deal. 2 of the contractors involved in the creation of the ArriveCAN app are already being investigated for potentially criminal acts used to obtain contracts. But that investigation won't even scratch the surface of everything that was hidden from Canadians. GC Strategies, an IT firm of 2 people that did no actual IT work, was paid over $19 million just to find people to build this $60 million app. Not to mention, they also rigged the bidding process for a $25 million contract that only they could win. And it doesn't stop there. Reports are out this morning revealing that this 2-person headhunting firm has gotten as much as $250 million taxpayer dollars since 2015. This RCMP investigation needs to be expanded to understand what really happened in the building of this app and who is responsible for this huge waste of taxpayer money.
The Honourable Member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, February 24th will mark 2 years since the beginning of Russia's further brutal invasion of Ukraine. Our government has said that Canada will stand with the Ukrainian people until they win, that victory is the only option. Victory is the only option because Ukraine's victory is vital to Canada's security. If Russia wins, it will not stop at Ukraine. If Russia wins, Europe, the U.S., and Canada will be next in defending ourselves against Russian aggression. So every Ukrainian soldier fighting today is one less Canadian who will have to fight in the future. Every dollar we spend today is millions of dollars less that we will have to spend in the future. Our government understands this, and that is one of the reasons that Canada has been a global leader in supporting Ukraine. Unfortunately, Conservatives continue to vote against support for Ukraine, against Canada's national security. On this 2-year anniversary, I urge MPs throughout this House to support and vote in favor of the support needed to ensure Ukraine's victory, because victory is the only option to our security, to our economy, and to our freedom. Slava Ukraini!
Questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister's Arrive scam scandal is broadening. Today, we learned from Mr. Bellavance that one company alone received $250 million. A company with 4 employees. Their headquarters is in the basement of a cottage. They're an IT company that doesn't do any IT work. Mr. Speaker, what the heck? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Clearly, this happened during the pandemic, and we were doing everything we could to help Canadians get by. But even in an unprecedented situation, the rules have to be followed, and those who didn't follow the rules will have to face the consequences. That's why we warmly welcome the Auditor General's recommendations, and that's why the authorities involved are doing their job. Yes, Canadians should get the truth, and we expect the investigators to do their job. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, to quote from GC Strategy's website, they boast that they are the Ottawa company that has had the fastest growth. And that's a quote. So this Prime Minister, after 8 years, gave contracts to a company with 4 employees that works in IT but doesn't do any IT work, and got millions in contracts. The first contract was entered into 3 weeks after the Prime Minister took office. Why? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Like the Auditor General, Canadians have questions about whether or not the rules were followed and how this kind of company was able to get all those contracts. That's a question we expect the authorities to find the answers to and investigate appropriately, so that we know who and how these processes were followed and what rules were broken. It's very important to make sure that taxpayer money was spent appropriately, and in this situation, we all have serious questions that need answers.
Well, Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister's Arrive scam is now flailing out of control. Today, revelations from a Joël Denis Bellavance that one Arrive scan company received $250 million in contracts. Let's get this straight. It's a company with 4 employees, headquartered in the basement of a tiny cottage. They got IT contracts even though they admit they do no IT work. $250 million? WTF.
Hear, hear. I'm going to ask, we are dangerously close to crossing the line in terms of what is considered parliamentary language. That is an abbreviation which is commonly used with language, which is commonly understood not to be parliamentary. I'm going to ask the honourable opposition leader, please, to withdraw that comment and to use parliamentary language, please.
Where's the funds?
I appreciate that the Leader of the Opposition had clarified that comment. I'm going to ask all members to not use the acronym, because the acronym in the minds of Canadians clearly would be considered unparliamentary language, and to use the full words. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, during the time of pandemic, the government rightly did everything it could to keep Canadians safe and keep them protected. But of course, even in the most trying times, perhaps especially in the most trying times, all the rules need to be followed. In this case, the Auditor General has highlighted some very concerning questions that need to be answered, and that's why we're expecting and supporting all relevant authorities to follow up on these irregular contracting and this perhaps breaking of the rules. This is an important issue, and that's why we're taking it seriously, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, in light of the disruption that we had, we are going to take a 2-minute break to allow things to calm down, and then we will come back for the questions and answers. if I could invite you to take your seats. Est-ce que je peux vous demander de, s'il vous plaît, prendre vos places?
Please take your seats.
On va résumer.
We're going to resume. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So let's recap. A company that had never before received contracts from the federal government started getting an avalanche of contracts just 3 weeks after this Prime Minister took office. The company, in fact, got $250 million for IT, even though it admits it doesn't do IT. It has 4 employees and has a headquarters in the basement of a cottage. Can the Prime Minister explain why this suspicious company started getting these contracts exactly 21 days after he took office?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It's obviously an unacceptable situation, which is why the relevant authorities are fully investigating exactly what went on here, particularly highlighted by the Auditor General's recent report. This is an issue we need to continue to understand and make sure that the rules are being followed, make sure that our procurement practices across government are respectful of taxpayer money.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More proof the Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the corruption. After 8 years of doubling housing costs, quadrupling the carbon tax, sending 2 million people to food banks, he somehow found $250 million for this one company, which boasts on its website that it is now Ottawa's fastest growing company. No doubt about that when they're having their faces stuffed with tax dollars by this Prime Minister. Why is it that when Canadians are starving in food bank lines, the Prime Minister finds $250 million for his friends?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Obviously, the relevant authorities need to follow up on this and get to the bottom of exactly how this unacceptable situation happened. In the meantime, on this side of the House, we're going to continue to focus on making life more affordable for Canadians. For example, attracting thousands of healthcare workers by increasing by 50% student loan forgiveness for rural doctors and nurses, by fast-tracking the construction of more than 51,000 homes, by finalizing the housing accelerator agreements with over 60 small and rural communities. While the Conservative Party continues to block these initiatives, we're going to continue to step up for Canadians.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. It's important that all Quebecers and Canadians should know that the government has an unfortunate habit of finding scapegoats for the mistakes they've made over the past 8 years. My first question is quite straightforward. Who is responsible? Whose fault is ArriveCan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, while the pandemic was raging, as a government, we tried to find various ways, every way possible, to protect Canadians' health and safety. But even in times as difficult as that, we have clear rules that have to be followed around contracting and procurement. And we expect the investigators and the responsible authorities to do their job so that we can find out exactly how this unacceptable situation occurred. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. For clarity, I think we can assume from now on that the person responsible for everything and all the corrective measures that will be needed is the Prime Minister of Canada. What has he put in place in terms of an investigation? For example, are contracts going to be suspended to this company starting back in November? Will they get any more contracts with the government? They were getting contracts before. So what kind of investigation is going to be conducted, and who's going to conduct it, and how long, what's the time frame? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once we began to see that there were some irregularities or some rules that weren't followed by the public service, internal processes within the public service were triggered, And at the same time, we know that other authorities, including the police, have gotten involved, and we expect all that work to be done to ensure that all the rules were followed, and if not, that there are consequences as appropriate.
So we learned that the ArriveCan scandal goes even deeper. The Liberals gave $250 million to GC Strategies. Let's talk about what that $60 million for ArriveCan could have bought. 125 affordable homes. 800 nurses hired. Instead, this Prime Minister spent this money on an app that doesn't work and no one uses. How does the Prime Minister look Canadians in the eyes with all this waste?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, Canadians' lives were at risk, and we, quite rightly as a government, reached out to all the possible tools to keep Canadians safe. And indeed, the pandemic was less deadly and less harmful to our economy in Canada than it was in most, if not all, of our peer countries. But at the same time, even as we were innovating and trying to do everything we could to keep Canadians safe, the rules needed to be followed. And it is obvious that in this case, the rules don't look like they were followed, and that's why there are investigations ongoing that need to get to the bottom of it.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Flagrantly violated, and millions of dollars were wasted.
The Liberals gave $258 million to GC Strategies. That includes spending $60 million on an app that doesn't work. With $60 million, 125 affordable housing units could have been built. How can the Prime Minister look Canadians in the eyes after wasting so much money? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, as a government, we looked for every way possible to keep Canadians safe and healthy. That was our overarching goal, and we did better than most other countries similar to us. At the same time, we still expected and should require that all rules be followed. Apparently, that wasn't the case, and that is why follow-ups are being done and investigation is being done. We're going to find out who's responsible, and there will be consequences for those who broke the law. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Leader's question. The question was, how can the Prime Minister waste millions of dollars on a Arrive scam when Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves? The answer is because the NDP keeps that Prime Minister in power. That's right. And votes consistently in committee to cover up the scandal and shut down investigations. This app was supposed to cost 80 grand, said the Prime Minister. Now it's at least 60 million, but we don't know for sure because of missing documents. What is the full and final cost of Arrive scam?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've addressed these questions, but I will highlight that part of the Conservatives' attacks on this situation is because they deeply deplore all the measures we put in to keep Canadians safe during the pandemic. We remember how they gave in to conspiracy theories, spreading anti-vaxxer conspiracies, standing against measures that we needed to put forward to keep Canadians safe. Yes, as we did all those things, we made sure that rules were followed, and any rules that weren't followed, there are consequences and there are investigations ongoing. We will continue to keep Canadian safety at the forefront.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What was the full and final cost of the app?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is among the questions that there are direct follow-ups. investigations ongoing right now, both internal and external, to ensure that as rules were evidently broken, there are consequences, there is an accountability for this. There's no doubt that there are serious challenges around procurement and the public service that were evident at that time. We need to make sure that is fixed. We need to move forward in a way that takes better responsibility for the kinds of challenges that we saw in this situation.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
How much?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, we were there to invest, to protect Canadians and keep their lives safe. Despite the objections and the conspiracy theorism of the Conservative Party, we stepped up in many, many different ways. But even as we did, we expected and we continue to expect that rules around procurement be followed by the public service. It is obvious that that was not the case here. That is why there are ongoing investigations, there will be consequences, and there will be changes made to the public services systems.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Le Premier ministre a dit.
The Prime Minister said ArriveCan would cost $80,000. According to the Auditor General, it cost at minimum $60 million, 750 times more. But we still don't know because the records weren't kept properly. But the Prime Minister has access to all documents in his government. So the question is, how much did the app cost? How much? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I said, there are investigations underway trying to find out exactly what happened and who benefited and what the consequences should be. This is very important. But remember that at the same time, everything we did was to protect Canadians at that time. And we expected even during that terrible crisis that the rules would be followed. And obviously they appear not to have been followed. So that's why there's an investigation to shed full light on the situation. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Combien?
How much? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I said, Mr. Speaker, there are investigations underway to find out who is responsible, what rules were broken, and what the consequences should be for those involved. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The people involved are taxpayers who can't pay their bills anymore, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the government has access to all the documents. Does he think we believe he doesn't know how much that cost? How much Arrive scam cost?
He doesn't know how much his own app costs. He has the power to call for any document he wants from the government. So either he's covering it up, he's incompetent, or worse. Which is it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are ongoing investigations, both internal and external, that are following up on exactly how this unacceptable situation happened. We received the Auditor General's report last week. We are following up, and we have been following up on this for months already, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to make sure that anyone who broke the rules faces consequences, that systems and structures surrounding the public service and procurement are changed. This is something we are taking very seriously, as we must.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
La pandémie a le dollar.
Well, the pandemic is a pretty good excuse, but it doesn't exempt the government from requirements. We know the Prime Minister is ultimately responsible, and he hasn't conducted a specific investigation into the Arrive scam and the $60 million. Now, has the Prime Minister taken any steps to recover the money that was spent inappropriately and bring it back into the public coffers to try to fix this unacceptable situation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, In answering a previous question, I explained that processes were triggered months ago in connection with these contracts where the rules weren't followed or the processes weren't followed properly. So this has been underway for a number of months. We are making sure that despite the fact that there was a pandemic and we had to act quickly, that does not excuse the fact that contracts were awarded improperly and breaking the rules, and that is why there is an investigation and why there will be consequences. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister admits in a roundabout kind of way that there was misuse of public money by CBSA. Did he at least contemplate firing the current administration and putting the CBSA temporarily under some sort of custodianship? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the investigations unfolded internally, there have already been consequences for some of those involved. I can't talk about that because some of the processes are not yet complete, but I can reassure people that concrete steps have been taken. There have already been consequences, but there will be more as the authorities complete their work. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Common Sense Conservative Party is focused on cutting taxes, building housing, fixing the budget, and stopping crime. Meanwhile, the radical Minister of the Environment and this Prime Minister has launched a war on cars. He said our government has decided to no longer invest in new road infrastructure. How does he think people living in the regions are going to get to work? On their bikes? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister clarified his comments. The fact is that our approach when it comes to highway infrastructure has not changed. Since 2015, we've invested billions in roadways, whether it's bridges, ports, or highways. We will continue to invest in infrastructure all across Canada. Our approach hasn't changed, but the Conservative approach hasn't changed either. They voted against our investments in infrastructure. They voted against our investments in bridges, roadways, and rural communities and major cities. The Conservatives have always voted against. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, he didn't clarify. He added to his comments. The minister, the radical minister, said that the type of project the Liberal government would block would be like the third link for people in the greater Quebec City area. People need that third link. People need their cars when they live in rural areas. But this Prime Minister wants to get in their way. Why is he waging war against cars instead of helping people get to work? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure Quebecers will be happy to hear that the Conservative Party is once again in favour of the third link. The fact is that our government's approach when it comes to investing in transportation, transit, and roads hasn't changed since 2015. The new Samuel Champlain Bridge is one example, and the Gordie Howe Bridge is under construction. We will always invest in infrastructure, and apparently the Conservative Party will always be there to vote against our investments in infrastructure.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the crazy carbon tax minister has done it again. This time, he's saying that the federal government is not going to support any new road construction. I quote, "Our government has made the decision to stop investing in new road infrastructure." End quote. So he believes that people in Yukon or rural Alberta or rural Newfoundland will have to get to work riding a bicycle. Mr. Speaker, why should those people have to pay taxes for infrastructure when they can't possibly use the tramways and the bicycles that he's funding?
So a couple of months ago, the chair had made it clear to all members that we should be using certain adjectives in regards to particular members of parliament, to individual members of parliament. So like the word crazy is not a word that we should be using in this, and that's one of the things which I had been given direction to members. So I'm going to ask members, please, from now on, to exercise, to work within the boundaries of parliamentary language. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has already clarified his remarks. Our government's approach to investing in trade corridors and roads that Canadians rely on has not changed since 2015. We will continue to step up, and we got projects like the Samuel de Champlain Bridge in Montreal across the finish line, and we're going to get others like the Gordie Howe Bridge built. We're going to continue to invest in infrastructures. But what also hasn't changed is the Conservative Party's opposition to investments in roads, in communities, in bridges, in ports, right across the country as we grow the economy, because all the Conservative leader is offering is cuts, cuts, cuts.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, first, this radical minister is bringing in a 61 cent a litre carbon tax on people who are committing the crime of driving to work or operating their farms. Then he wants to ban people from using vehicles that are necessary in our climate. And now he says he's going to ban all federal funding for future roads. Our government has made the decision to stop investing in new road infrastructure. Will the Prime Minister condemn these crazy comments?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, the Minister has clarified his remarks. Our approach to infrastructure continues to be one of investing in the future for Canadians. Through the National Trade Corridors Fund alone, we're building projects like a new bridge over the Yukon River in Dawson City, new interchanges on Highway 101 and 103 in Nova Scotia, and twinning the Trans-Canada Highway in parts of Newfoundland. We're also working with municipalities through the Community Building Fund. Just in Ontario, this means almost 2,900 projects for local roads and bridges. What has not changed as well is the Conservative Party's opposition to investing in future, investing in...
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Netanyahu's bombing of Rafah and potential ground incursion will be a slaughter. Thousands of innocent Palestinians will die. The Liberals act as if they're concerned, but they authorize $28.5 million in new military exports to Netanyahu. The Prime Minister has the power and the responsibility to protect civilians. When will the Prime Minister stop selling arms to Netanyahu?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, a military operation in Rafah would have catastrophic consequences. Over half of Gaza's population is taking refuge in the area, including many Canadians and their families. There is simply nowhere else for civilians to go. Protecting civilians is paramount. A sustainable ceasefire is urgently needed. Hamas must lay down its arms and release all hostages immediately. The only possible path forward towards peace is a two-state solution. We've told this directly to Prime Minister Netanyahu and other regional partners, and we have not emitted any new export permits since October 7th.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Prime Minister has an obligation to back up his words with actions. With kids going online, we know they risk being exposed to harmful content, sexual extortion, and harassment. In the last election, the Prime Minister promised legislation to hold those platforms accountable and protect kids within 100 days of being in office. It's been 814 days, and still nothing's happened. Children are being hurt as the Prime Minister sits by. When will the Prime Minister stop protecting web giants and start protecting kids?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader Opposite knows well that we have been working very, very closely with communities, with individuals, with experts to move forward on online harms legislation that is going to do the right job of protecting our kids from all range of harms that they face online. This is something that we have taken very, very seriously, but it's also something that we've listened on and we've heard, particularly from minority or marginalized communities, that we need to get it exactly right, and that's why we have taken the time. This is something that the leader knows full well, but we're going to continue to do the right work to protect our kids.
The honourable member from Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, sexual and reproductive health touches all aspects of human health and well-being. It affects physical and mental health. It impacts social participation. It ensures healthy reproductive organs, family planning, pre- and postnatal care, delivery of healthy babies, and safe abortion. There's a push globally to limit access to the full range of sexual and reproductive health care. This week, 2 female MPs were stopped from raising this issue in Parliament. Since it is SRHR Week globally, can the Prime Minister reaffirm the government's position on this human rights issue?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Vancouver Centre for her tireless advocacy on women's issues. This week, I'm proud to reaffirm our government's unwavering commitment to defending Canadians' reproductive rights through historic investments and work with grassroots organizers. But we've seen just this week, over the past 2 days, that the threat to reproductive freedom is alive and well in Canada, even in this chamber. The shameful behavior of Conservative MPs in shutting down women in this House leaves Canadians wondering what that party is so afraid of. I call on Conservative MPs to stand up for women's rights.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Common Sense plan acts as the tax, builds the homes, fixes the budgets, stops the crime. Prime Minister can't defend his policy, so he's changing the name. People hate the carbon tax because 60% pay more into it than they get back in his phony rebates. So today he announced a costly rebranding of the hated carbon tax. My question for him is, how much did he spend on consultants in order to come up with the new name, and was it GC Strategies that he hired?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition doesn't even understand the consequences of the cuts he's proposing left, right, and centre. He proposes to take away the carbon price rebate, the Canada carbon rebate from millions of Canadian families across the country. The Canada carbon rebate is going to be there to continue to deliver more money to 8 out of 10 Canadian families in 4 checks over the course of the year that puts cash in their pockets while we fight climate change. We're seeing reduction in emissions that Canada is leading on. We're also moving forward on growing the economy and supporting Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He couldn't even get the new name of the carbon tax right. It's only 3 words. The Prime Minister should learn that we can't improve life by slogans alone, Mr. Speaker. That's right. So that's why we propose the facts. I have here a distributional analysis of the federal fuel charge by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, which shows that 60% of Canadians pay more in taxes than they get back in his phony rebates. Why won't he follow the facts and axe the tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The opposition wants to talk about facts. The Canada carbon rebate will deliver $1,800 in Alberta to an average family of 4, $1,200 in Manitoba, $1,120 in Ontario for your family of 4, $1,500 in Saskatchewan, $760 in New Brunswick, $824 in Nova Scotia, $880 in PEI, and $1,192 in Newfoundland and Labrador to a family of 4. 8 out of 10 families across the country get more money out of the Canada carbon rebate.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing. It has doubled in price since the Prime Minister was elected. Today, on rent.ca, we found out that rent has hit a new record in January. Monthly rent hit the record of $2,196 per month. That is an increase of 10% as compared with last year. When will he understand that he needs to fund housing rather than funding bureaucracy, because that's not going to fix the housing crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition demonstrates time and time again that he does not even understand the programs that he intends to cut. We have a housing accelerator fund, and through that fund, we're investing in municipalities' capacity to build more homes faster. We are also increasing densification and making changes to zoning. We are accelerating permits, building permits. We are creating more opportunities for more units to be built. But the Leader of the Opposition refuses to understand that that is how we are going to solve the housing crisis. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, let's talk about this program then. Since it was created 2 years ago, rent has increased across the country. Yesterday, in committee, we asked the Housing Minister how many units have been built through the Accelerator Fund. The answer? 0. The Minister said the program is not building specific homes. Those are the Minister's words. So, Mr. Speaker, if it costs $4 billion to not build a single home, how much would it cost to build just one home? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has just shown us that he does not even understand the programs that he wants to cut. Yes, we invested $4 billion in municipalities throughout Canada in order to increase densification and accelerate home building. We're investing to cut red tape. We're investing to build more homes faster, and that's exactly what we're doing. We are currently creating opportunities. 500,000 homes will be created over the next year, but this opposition leader wants to cut because all he knows how to do is cut and slash. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Canada Nuclear Safety Commission. The Commission, in fact, approved a nuclear waste mound where nuclear waste will be stored. And it's basically right beside the Ottawa River. Many people are very worried, including leaders of Anishinaabe groups who are here today. Does the Prime Minister feel that nuclear waste is dangerous? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, protecting the health and safety of Canadians and of the environment is a total priority for this government. The decision to authorize the facility was made by the Canada Nuclear Safety Commission, which is an independent organization that only approves projects after assessing them and ensuring that they're safe for Canadians and their health. And, of course, they only grant approvals after consulting relevant groups and Indigenous groups as well. The Minister of Natural Resources does not have any say in the CNSC's decisions. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Yes, but the Anishinaabe Nation has concluded with full certainty that it is not safe. The nation of Quebec has also concluded with absolute certainty that this is an unsafe project. So is the Prime Minister only listening to nuclear lobbyists, or is he only listening to the increasingly small Liberal lobbies? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we know very well, as we all know, the Canada Nuclear Safety Commission is a scientific and independent organization. They conduct thorough investigations to ensure that nuclear facilities are safe. They communicate with and consult involved communities, and they ensure the safety of Canadians and of the environment. This is not a political decision, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we trust our experts. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing, which has doubled as he builds bureaucracies that block homes. In January, according to data out today, rent was up 10% year over year to $2,196. An astonishing increase in a very short time. In fact, it's up about 20% in the last 2 years alone, and it's accelerating ever since he named his incompetent housing minister. Will the Prime Minister follow our common sense plan to cut the bureaucracy and build the homes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that cuts from the Conservative leader wouldn't get more homes built. If he was really concerned about rents, he would line behind us and support the removal of the GST on new apartment constructions. That's something they actually voted against, Mr. Speaker. We know that unlocking greater supply of housing, including with purpose-built apartment buildings across the country, is a way of bringing down rents for people. That's a concrete solution that we've put forward that the Conservative chose to vote against for political gain and for political reasons. We're going to continue to be there to do the hard work of delivering for Canadians while he relies on catchy slogans and misunderstanding what it is that he's choosing to cut.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We were the ones that proposed taking the tax off home building, Mr. Speaker. The one good idea that he finally copied, but he talks about slogans. One is the Housing Accelerator Fund, the $4 billion program that was supposed to speed up housing. We asked the housing minister yesterday in committee how many homes it had completed. The answer is zero. Nada, nothing. His quote, "It doesn't actually lead to the construction of specific homes." Mr. Speaker, if it cost $4 billion to build 0 homes, how much would it cost to build 1?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, we have the clear proof that the Leader of the Opposition doesn't even understand the proposals that he's counting on cutting, that he's promising to cut from Canadians. The Housing Accelerator Fund is about investing in municipalities across the country to change the frame around which they build homes faster. It involves rapidly eliminating red tape. It involves increasing densification, changing zoning, making sure we can unlock far more houses construction than any federal government could build on its own. This is the approach that we're taking, and it's working, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
$4 billion, 35 photo ops, 1 minister, 0 homes. He not only says the program doesn't build homes, he says it doesn't lead to the construction of homes. He couldn't point to one development that had actually been completed. They've been in power for 8 years, and they can't get anything built. When will they get the bureaucracy out of and the taxes out of the way so that we can build the homes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the only tool that the Leader of the Conservative Party has put forward is cutting programs in order to somehow create more homes. What we're actually doing is investing in partnership with municipalities to eliminate red tape, to accelerate the construction of homes, to increase densification, to change zoning so that more houses can be built. He wants to talk about a number. 500,000 new homes are being facilitated by the Housing Accelerator Fund right across the country. We've signed these over the past months. Construction is already underway across the country.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, communities across Canada are gathering to observe women, girls, and two-spirited people who have gone missing or have been murdered. Mr. Speaker, women in my riding, Indigenous women, are still afraid to leave their communities at night. This year marks the 5th anniversary of the final report of the National Inquiry. Can the Prime Minister provide an update on efforts to implement the calls to action outlined in the report? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I thank the member for Pontiac for her question and for her hard work. The crisis of Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited people who have gone missing or been murdered is ongoing in our country. Since 2015, there has been a national inquiry. We launched that in 2015. The Conservatives refused to launch it, though. Now we have a clear action plan. Thanks to that action plan, there is increased help for those fleeing violence. We also created a red alert to help us find disappeared Indigenous people. I'd like to thank all those who are participating in memorial walks in their communities.
The Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder he's unleashed in our streets. He has signed on with the NDP government in BC to decriminalize crack, heroin, and other hard drugs, and allowed for drug injection sites in Richmond. Courageous and patriotic Canadians of Chinese origin rose up to speak out and protect their kids and were treated to racial slurs by NDP radical activists telling them to go back where they came from. Will the Prime Minister reject this Liberal racism and ban hard drugs so we can stop the crime?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the impact of the toxic drug and overdose crisis on our communities is absolutely devastating. We're using every tool at our disposal to work with partners to end this national public health crisis. Unlike the opposition, we're following an evidence-based approach while working in partnership with stakeholders, experts, and people with lived and living experience. We take the safety of all Canadians seriously. That's why from the beginning we've approached this from both a public health and public safety perspective, hand in hand with the BC government in this case.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He wouldn't condemn the racial slurs, but he did issue a vicious condemnation of his own record. Let me quote what he said about life in Canada after 8 years of his prime ministership, and I quote, "Yeah, grocery bills suck. Rent sucks. Mortgage renegotiations. Oh my God, how are we going to deal with it?" Mr. Speaker, this is life after 8 years. What is his slogan going to be in the next election? Vote for me and life will still suck?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, did he just say, vote for me and life will suck? I think that's what he just said. The reality is we have put forward smart, responsible solutions to fight climate change and grow the economy, to lift over 500,000 kids out of poverty, to invest in the kind of economy of the future, the good careers, whether it's in zero-emission vehicles, whether it's in mining or forestry, whether it's in advanced manufacturing. We'll continue to bring more women into the workforce with initiatives like childcare. We're moving forward on dental care, which the Conservatives voted against for seniors and young people. We're going to be there to invest in a better future for Canadians every single day.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually spoke the truth, maybe by accident, by saying that after 8 years, life sucks for the very middle class and those working hard to join it, to whom he promised so much. He taxed their grocery bills with a quadrupling carbon tax. He doubled housing costs after promising to lower them. He's unleashed a crime wave across the country. Now that he admits that life sucks under his leadership, why won't he accept our common sense plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that these are complicated times and that governments need to step up with real solutions. Responsible leadership is about recognizing the challenges people are facing and putting forward solutions to fix them, whether it's a housing accelerator that's getting 500,000 homes built over the coming years, whether it's childcare that is saving thousands of dollars for families right across the country as we help more women get into the workforce, whether it's fighting climate change in a way that puts more money into people's pockets and builds stronger careers for the future. These are the solutions we're putting forward. He's doing nothing but attack.
The Honourable Member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want access to healthcare system and services that allow them and their family and loved ones to get the care they need when they need it. While the Conservative voted against payments toward Canada Health Transfer, our government signed a bilateral funding agreement with Ontario, investing more than $3.1 billion over the next 3 years. Can the Prime Minister please update the House on the Working Together Agreement and how they will help the healthcare system and the impact on the lives of the Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question and his service to his constituents. These specifically tailored agreements will address unique healthcare challenges faced by provinces and territories. Thanks to this federal funding, Ontario will add hundreds of new family physicians and nurse practitioners, expand healthcare education programs, remove barriers to foreign credential recognition and open 5 new youth wellness hubs to improve access to mental health services. Unlike the Conservative Party, who's too busy fighting for a privatized healthcare system, we will keep making bold investments and work with the provinces and territories to deliver real.
The honourable member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are worried about the climate crisis, and we know that coal is the dirtiest source of electricity, producing more emissions than any other fossil fuel. The Liberals promised to ban thermal coal exports, but under the Liberals, exports have more than tripled. More broken promises. They have no plan to phase it out, no plan to support workers. As Canadians across the country are facing extreme weather, will the Prime Minister end thermal coal exports?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, yes. Phasing out coal from the electricity sector is the single most important climate action any country can take. We're committed to ending thermal coal exports by 2030, along with an end to coal-powered electricity generation. The Minister of the Environment is actively working on achieving these targets, and we'll have an update in due course.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, after question period, all MPs will have the opportunity to vote on Bill C-273 to repeal Section 43 of the Criminal Code, which allows an adult to use corporal punishment on a child for supposedly educational purposes. Over 65 countries around the world have taken this step, and 27 are in the process of doing so. The UN Committee for the Protection of Children has asked for this. The Call to Action number 6 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls for this, and so does the Canadian Medical Association. Can the Prime Minister confirm that his government will support this initiative in order to protect our children? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. This matter is important to all of us, and I would like to reassure everyone that our government is committed to protecting children and their physical safety. All children everywhere in Canada. Thus, we will support C-273 and its goal to protect children from violence and abuse. We look forward to hearing experts speak about this matter in committee. This legislation is very important, and in a few moments, we will support it.
Cela nous amène à la fin de la période.
This brings us to the end of question period. I recognize, on a point of order, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill S-1001, an act to amalgamate the Roman Catholic Episcopal Corporation of Ottawa and the Roman Catholic Episcopal Corporation for the Diocese of Alexandra, Cornwall, in Ontario, Canada, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Committee of the Whole, deemed considered in Committee of the Whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
It being 3:23, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, February 13th, 2024, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Ms. Gaudreau to the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-62. Call in the members.
question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Anand, moved that Bill C-62 enact to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying. Shall I dispense? Amendement motivé.
Reasoned amendment. Ms. Gaudreau, seconded by Mr. Thériault, moved the following. May I dispense?
Okay. No? No. Madame Gaudreau, appuie.
Ms. Gaudreau, seconded by Mr. Thériault, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, number 2, as no clause addresses the call for the Government of Canada, adopted unanimously by the Quebec National Assembly, to amend the Criminal Code to align with the Quebec legislation on end-of-life care by allowing advance consent requests.
Des soins de fin de vie en permettant des demandes de consentement anticipé. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Posé. Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Suds.
Miss Suds.
Ms. Chagger.
Miss Chagger.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Miss Cara.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jazik.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Jones.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur Ed Coury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deadted.
Mr. Deadtel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Mr. Van Hotta.
Mr. Van Hotta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison. Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May Seneschal
Miss
Filans.
May Seneschal Filans.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la...
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
pleased to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The House the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Mr. Cotto? Yes, Mr. Cotto? We can't hear you now? Maybe the honourable member can just put a thumbs up or a thumbs down as to his vote. Well, I see him on my screen. I'm not sure yet. Okay, so there seems to be an issue. Okay, thumbs on. So he votes nay.
Nay contre.
Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 33 contre, nays contre 291 291.
I declare the amendment defeated. La prochaine question.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Anand, moved that Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, number 2, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
La présidence. The Honourable Government Whip, Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we request a recorded division.
La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarachuk.
Mr. Kuzmarachuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy. Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Dented.
Mr. Dented.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Kazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Boudris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May Senechko Filans.
Ms. May Sanchko Filans.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veulent...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Perrin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair.
Madame
Desgagnés.
Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
The House will now wait for the electronic period to end before resuming the loss of the piece of paper, but we'll just wait for it to end.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 294, 294. Nays contre 33-34.
I declare the motion carried. Projet de loi C-62, loi numéro...
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, February 13, 2024, Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, number 2, is deemed referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, and deemed concurred in at report stage.
A third time at the next sitting of the House. La Chambre procédera...
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill S-202 under private members' business.
The question is as follows. Mr. Eldag, seconded by Ms. Romanato, moved that Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item. All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise.
Sixième.
Sixth row.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan. Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Second row.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Boudris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Fifth row.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth. Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Mr. Champoux.
Mr. Champoux.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Troisième rangée.
Third row. Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
First row.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. All those on my left, which are opposed, will please rise. A sixth row.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Fifth row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth. Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Troisième.
Third row. Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
First row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Denton.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour, 210, 210. Nays contre, 115, 115.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-317 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Scarpaleggia, seconded by Mr. Maloney, moved that Bill C-317 enact to establish a national strategy respecting flood and drought forecasting be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
The sponsor of the item.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
All those on my right will please rise. Sixth row on my right.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Latancio.
Ms. Latancio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morrison.
Yes, Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris, pardon me.
Troisième.
Third row to my right.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Kuzmarachuk.
Mr. Kuzmarachuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Troisième rangée à ma...
Third row to my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée à ma...
First row to my right.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left. Sixth row on my left.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Berube.
Madame Berube.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Fifth row on my right, on my left.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Return to Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Return to Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Fourth row on my right, on my left.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Shampoo.
Mr. Shampoo.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Perron.
Mr. Perron.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row to my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Première rangée.
First row to my left.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Holden Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Belgeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period to pursue its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The chair will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 325, 325. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Of this bill,
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading of Bill C-273 under private members' business.
The question is as follows. Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Idlout, moved that Bill C-273 enact to amend the Criminal Code, Corinne's Quest and the Protection of Children be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Julian.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Sixth row on my left.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Fifth row on my left.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Fourth row on my left.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Troisième rangée à ma
third row to my left.
Bush.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row to my left.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Première rangée.
First row to my left.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Que tous ceux à ma...
All those on my right in favor of the motion, please rise.
À ma droite.
Sixth row to my right.
Bynan.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row to my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sahota, Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Latanzio.
Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Yakino.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Fragiskatos.
Mr. Fragiskatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Duclos.
First row on my right.
Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chigger.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my left.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Alboteif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Dedtel.
Mr. Dertel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent à la
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row, fifth row,
quatrième,
fourth row on my right.
third row on my right, second row on my right, first row on my right. La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 208, 208. Nays contre 115, 115.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Le projet de loi est renvoyé au comité.
The bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 64 minutes. On ira en dessous. Okay.
Oh, I'm the same way, man. Like, I look at my election night photos.
Tabling of documents.
2019.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
If they wish to exit a little bit, those who are exiting to please exit quietly. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 59th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrent in the 59th report later this day. Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. I just want to again remind members, if they want to have conversations, to please take them out. I do have the speakers on here, and I can still I'm still having trouble hearing what the other member was saying. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act and the Income Tax Act, Extra Energy Efficient Products. The motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to introduce this legislation with thanks to the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith for seconding this legislation. This bill amends the Excise Tax Act to exempt extra energy efficient products from the GST and HST, including heat pumps, household appliances, lighting fixtures, electric motors, and electronics. It also amends the Income Tax Act to provide a tax credit for the purchase of these products. This would put money back in people's pockets, reduce our energy consumption, and encourage a shift towards more sustainable consumption. This bill represents a key investment in our future. Its urgency is underscored by the premature exhaustion of funds from the federal Greener Homes Grant Program. I urge all members to support this important initiative for a greener, more sustainable, and more affordable Canada for all Canadians.
Well done. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Collins, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Prohibit the Export of Thermal Coal from Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. L'honorable député de Victoria.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, today I'm pleased to be tabling a bill to ban the export of thermal coal from Canada. I want to first thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for seconding the bill, and also thank EcoJustice for their advocacy, for their support for this bill, and their work to end the export of thermal coal. The government has been painstakingly slow to move on their promise to ban thermal coal exports. Instead of phasing it out under the Liberals, thermal coal exports have tripled. This bill not only starts the work that the Liberals have failed to do, it also requires that the government consult with trade unions and workers who would be affected by changes before a ban were to happen. Canadians across the country have been living with the impacts of the climate crisis, and coal remains the largest contributor to climate change. Thermal coal has no place in a world serious about tackling the climate crisis, and emissions do not know borders. It's time to ban thermal coal exports.
Ms. Collins, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il?
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Madame la Présidente, si la Chambre...
Madam Speaker, if the House consents, I move that the 59th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, tabled in the House today, be adopted. All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay. Agreed?
In terms of the motion, all those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm tabling a petition on behalf of my constituents which are asking for another no confidence vote to be held. This is a petition I had out on my New Year's levee earlier in January, so this is the earliest opportunity I had to get it certified by journals. It's very simple. My constituents are asking for a vote of non-confidence to be held within 45 days, and should the government lose it, to hold a new federal election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Bonavista, Buren, Trinity.
Nice color of this shirt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I present this petition on behalf of the residents in my riding of Bonavista, Buren, Trinity. Whereas C-57 is an important update to the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that will assist Ukraine in rebuilding after they defeat the illegal invasion by Vladimir Putin, Ukraine President Zelensky and the Canadian Congress has called on the Parliament of Canada to swiftly adopt this legislation, and whereas misinformation regarding Canada's carbon pricing scheme having an effect on the agreement has been widely debunked, therefore, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the House of Commons and all parliamentarians to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to Ukraine by swiftly adopting the updated Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Sure. This is a source of deep, deep concern from constituents in Saanich Gulf Islands, and that is the shortage, the critical shortage of family doctors and healthcare practitioners. Statistics Canada says that approximately 4.8 million Canadians do not have what we think of as a family doctor or primary healthcare practitioner, nurse practitioner, or others. The concerned citizens and residents who signed this petition call on the House of Commons to work with provinces and territories to come to a holistic and fair solution to this critical and deeply concerning shortage of doctors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. Sorry about that.
Constituents and volunteer firefighters in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, including those working at the Gabriola, Ladysmith, Lanceville Extension, East Wellington, North Oyster, North Cedar, Nanoose, and Nanaimo fire stations. Madam Speaker, volunteer firefighters account for 71% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. In addition, approximately 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidences every year. These essential volunteers not only put their lives on the line and give their time, training, and efforts to Canadians, but they also allow cities and municipalities to keep property taxes lower than if paid services were required. Madam Speaker, increasing this tax credit would allow those essential volunteers to keep more of their hard-earned money likely to be spent in the communities in which they live, and will help retain these volunteers in a time when volunteerism is decreasing. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, those who have signed this petition are asking to increase the amount of the tax credit for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from $3,000 to $10,000. Thank you.
Petitions, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always an honour to present a petition on behalf of constituents in my riding of Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte. These particular petitioners note that a significant portion of the sexually explicit material accessed online
is made available on the internet for commercial purposes and is not protected by any effective age verification method, and that the consumption of sexually explicit material by young persons is associated with a range of serious harms. Therefore, the petitioners call on the House of Commons to adopt Bill S-210, the Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present two petitions that have been certified by the House calling on the government to make support for Bill C-284. Given the fact that over 8 million people are suffering from eye diseases and 1.2 million live with vision loss or blindness, 75% of vision loss cases, if diagnosed and treated early, are preventable. Historically, the federal government has lacked any substantive framework on the matter of public eye health care, and the current structure has created huge gaps in access to care. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the House of Commons to adopt Bill C-284, the enact to establish a national strategy for eye care as soon as possible, and I can report to the House that they have done that, and the House has supported C-284. Thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise to present a petition that first of all notes that housing is a human right. Petitioners go on to note that both the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada have both consistently failed to adequately fund social housing. They go on to note research specific to the Housing First model that notes that housing formerly unsheltered folks consistently improves their health and quality of life, even to the point where these improved life outcomes leads to reduction in cost in other areas of government. They note a Scotiabank report that found that even if Canada were to double its social housing stock, we would still be around the peer average for social housing in the OECD. They go on to note that the lack of action by one level of government shouldn't excuse the lack of action by another. As a result, petitioners go on to call on both the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario to work together to double the current social housing stock in Ontario. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour always to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 31st time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is consumed with unprecedented levels of crime because of this government's soft on crime laws like Bill C-5 and C-75. Bill C-5 allows criminals to serve their sentences from home, and Bill C-75 allows violent offenders to be in jail in the morning and back out on the street in the afternoon. The people of Swan River are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies to directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Yes, you do. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I have two petitions today. One is in regards to float homes in Ontario and just making sure that they are classified the way they should be. I have presented a similar petition actually twice in the past, and it's something that constituents within the riding of Waterloo and surrounding areas, depending on where they cottage and so forth, are very concerned with. And it's a matter of great importance to them, and if it matters to them, it clearly matters to me as the Member of Parliament for Waterloo. And they look forward to a response from the Government of Canada and a way forward, and they're more than willing to work with the government to make this happen. Madam Speaker, I also present another petition in regards to the killing of Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old woman. And there has been many people raising their voices within my community of Waterloo as her death has sparked a nationwide women, life, freedom protest calling for democracy and equal rights. They are asking for the Government of Canada to appeal to the UN Security Council. It's important that these conversations be had. It's important that their voices be heard. And I, as their representative, committed to making sure that their voices would be heard in this chamber, and they look forward to a response from the Government of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions here today. The first one, the petitioners are concerned about how easy it is for young people to access sexually explicit material online, including violent and degrading explicit material. They comment on how this access is important public health and public safety concern. Petitioners note that a significant portion of commercially accessible sexually explicit material has no age verification software. Moreover, that age verification software can ascertain the age of users without breaching their privacy rights. Petitioners note many serious harms associated with sexually explicit materials, including the development of addiction and the development of attitudes favorable to sexual violence and harassment of women. As such, these petitioners call on the House of Commons to pass Bill S-210, the Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act.
Petitions, sorry, you have another one? Sorry.
Speaker, I'm sorry, I should have been clear. I also want to present a petition on behalf of many Canadians who are concerned about human rights protections in Turkey, Pakistan, and Bahrain. The petitioners say that Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahraini officials committed gross human rights violations against thousands of Turks, including 8 Turkish Canadians. Petitioners say that Turkish officials killed hundreds, including Gökhan Akakal'a. The petitioners say that the Turkish officials have wrongfully detained over 300,000 people without reason. The petitioners say that multiple international human rights groups have confirmed gross human rights violations in Turkey. The petitioners ask that the government closely monitor human rights in Turkey, sanction the Turkish officials who committed gross human rights violations against 8 Canadians and killed Gökhan, and call on Turkey, Pakistan, and Bahrain's governments to end all human rights violations in their respective countries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it is an honour to be able to stand in this place and present a petition on behalf of the good people of Battle River Crowfoot. And today, in particular, I would like to present a petition that was presented to me in person by a group that I met with in my constituency office about concerns related to needing to have a conversation around electoral reform. And although, Madam Speaker, we certainly didn't agree on everything, I value immensely the productive conversation that I had with this group of constituents. And on behalf of these constituents, I am proud to be able to stand on their behalf and present this petition that calls on that would call on the House of Commons to give voice to the subject of electoral reform and to make recommendations related to the motion that was brought forward. And although I did not vote for it, again, the productive conversation related to motion M86. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it is an honor to be able to stand on their behalf.
Again, the honourable member knows full well that he can't indicate whether he supported or support a petition. So I would just ask members to please refrain from doing that. They should be reading what is in the petition and not giving their own personal point of view or saying how they're going to vote or how they voted. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. I understand that I have a point of order. The honourable member for Winnipeg's South Centre.
Madam Speaker, my apologies for interrupting the business of the House. I'm in Winnipeg and had some technical issues which prevented me from voting.
The honourable member knows, the honourable member knows that he has to have a jacket and a tie in order to speak. So I think I can come back to him if he wishes to make sure that he has the proper attire to be recognized. Motions. We're presenting petitions. So questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
I'll try to do this as well as the member for Winnipeg North. Madam Speaker, I ask, nay, I demand that all questions be allowed to stand.
No? Is it agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered? Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask that all notices of motion for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. OK. Avant? OK. Alors, conformément à l'article 30...
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions we raised tonight.
Foreign Affairs. The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Nippewa, carbon pricing, and the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot, carbon pricing. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills commons, Bill C-35 standing in the name of the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act, consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments, first time debated.
Ms. Sudds, seconded by Monsieur Duclos, moves that the amendment made by the Senate to Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada, be now read a second time and concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will be splitting my time today with the member for Sherbrooke. I'm honored to rise today to speak to Bill C-35 as amended by our honourable colleagues in the other House.
Asked to split her time, therefore she does need unanimous consent. So, que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que là...
Will all those opposed to what the Honourable Minister is moving will please say nay? All right. The House has heard the motion. Will all those opposed to the motion please say nay? Carried.
As is splitting 20 minutes. It's no longer unlimited, and then 5 minutes of questions and comments to the Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned, I'm honored today to rise to speak to Bill C-35 as amended by our honourable colleagues in the other House. First, I'd like to acknowledge the important work and recommendations from the Senate as we look for ways to always improve on our policies and legislation to better the lives of families in Canada, and in this case, on such an important piece of legislation. In particular, I'd like to recognize the Senate sponsor of C-35, who worked tirelessly to ensure its passage. Also, the government representative for the Senate for liaising with the senators throughout the bill. Finally, the senator from New Brunswick who put this amendment forward in the spirit of strong advocacy for his community and his region. To better understand the amendment, it would be useful for me to recap for my honourable colleagues the important work that Bill C-35 would enshrine in law. First, if passed, this historic legislation would cement the federal government's role as an enduring partner on early learning and childcare. It would enshrine into law the federal vision and principles of a Canada-wide system, a system where a system where families across Canada, no matter where they live, have access to affordable, inclusive, and high-quality programs and service. Sans oublier, dans ce contexte,
let us note, importantly, that in this context, this represents the commitment to maintain long-term federal funding for early learning and childcare.
Deuxième.
Secondly, this legislation will increase Parliament's accountability to Parliament regarding progresses in making an early learning and childcare system throughout the country.
C-35 would establish in law the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare. This legislation is seeking to do a lot, so allow me to break it down. Let's go back to the key principles to be enshrined in the legislation: affordability, quality, access, and inclusion. What does an enduring federal government investment mean for each one? On affordability, it means that we can continue to support our federal goal of making childcare more affordable by reducing fees for regulated childcare to an average of $10 a day by March of 2026, and ensure it stays affordable well into the future. Ça signifie que les parents...
What does this mean? Well, this means that parents, and most often mothers, will be able to return to work or to school. They will be able to reach their full economic potential. This supports families. This also contributes to building a strong economy and to building more gender equality. This legislation means that children from all families, regardless of family income level, will be able to have the best start possible in life because they will be able to benefit from high-quality early learning and childcare services.
Childcare, it means that federal investments in early learning and childcare services foster the social, emotional, physical, and cognitive development of young children. This leads to positive outcomes for children's future academic success and long-lasting and far-reaching positive outcomes throughout a person's life. It means continued investment in childcare workforce. These highly skilled educators are responsible for helping shape our future leaders. Providing better support and work conditions for early childhood educators means better outcomes for recruitment and retention. And on the principle of access to early learning and childcare, it means continuity of the important partnerships with provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners, and that means availability of childcare services no matter where families live for generations to come. And that brings me to the last principle of inclusivity. Because when we say all children, we truly mean all children, including those living in rural and remote communities, children from systematically marginalized groups, such as those from Black and racialized communities, children in lower income families, children with a disability or those needing enhanced or individualized supports, and évidemment les enfants des communautés francophones.
And of course, children from official language minority communities, be they English language minority or French minority.
Federal investments to support Indigenous early learning and childcare. It's important to note that Bill C-35 acknowledges that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis family and children are best supported by early learning and childcare services and programs led by Indigenous peoples. And it reinforces the Government of Canada's commitment to work in collaboration with Indigenous peoples to establish and maintain early learning and childcare systems rooted in Indigenous knowledge, culture, and languages, and guided by the co-developed Indigenous early learning and childcare framework. Voici une autre grande.
Here is another of the main goals of this bill: accountability. These federal investments are significant. Accountability and transparency are essential principles in order to ensure proper use of public money. That's why this bill requires that the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development report to Parliament annually in order to report on the progress made in the early learning and childcare system.
There is a long road ahead of us as we work with provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners to build this Canada-wide system. There are, and there will continue to be, a range of issues and challenges facing families, operators, and other stakeholders in the early learning and childcare sector. That is why we have the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare, and it is so important. It serves as a key forum to hear from the sector as we implement the system, and its members provide expert advice needed to support continual improvement. The Gouvernement de Canada reconnaît les...
The Government of Canada acknowledges the successes of provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners. They will be the ones developing and implementing early learning and childcare services in their respective communities. They are the ones who are best placed to determine their own priorities. That said, provinces, territories, and Indigenous groups stand to benefit from increased predictability and they will be assured that the federal government is committed long-term to support them with early learning and childcare.
Now, since we examined this legislation last, our honourable colleagues in the other chamber have amended Clause 8 of the legislation. The legislation, as amended, and I'm paraphrasing here, would acknowledge the government's commitment to providing long-term funding to early learning and childcare programs and services across the country, including for Indigenous people and for official language minority communities. The amended legislation continues to recognize that federal funding would be provided primarily through agreements with provinces and territories and Indigenous governing bodies and other Indigenous entities. It is through the advocacy of our honourable colleagues in the other chamber that we have before us this amended legislation highlighting the commitment to long-term funding for early learning and childcare programs and services, including for official language minority communities. J'aimerais remercier.
I would like to thank our honourable colleagues from the other place for their efforts to support this legislation.
I'd like to reiterate the government's commitment to supporting and maintaining Canada's linguistic duality. We will continue working with the provinces and territories to ensure that childcare is fully inclusive of the needs of all children, including children of official language minority communities. I recognize my time's up. I look forward to questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her intervention. And I guess my first question would be to her, what we're seeing now is the stats coming out that more families who are lower income are not accessing this program. So it's actually inequitable. So higher income families are accessing this program, lower income are not. What is she doing to fix that, and why is this happening?
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague for the question. As we moved forward in building this nationwide system, undoubtedly every province and territory came to the table and recognized our core vision and principles around inclusivity, access, high quality, and affordable childcare. And as we move forward, and as we are now about 2 years into our commitments with most of the provinces and territories, we see new spots being created across the country. Having said that, undoubtedly, there is a lot of work to be done to ensure that new spaces are created where they are needed. And those conversations are ongoing with the provinces and territories. We are currently at the table with many of them working on their action plans, which includes those conversations and providing those details to make sure that early learning and childcare is accessible throughout this country, regardless of where you live.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Minister for her speech and for the nice effort she has made to speak French. It's something we always appreciate. Madam Speaker, the Bloc is in favour of this bill. We'll vote in favour of it. But even though we feel once again that the federal government seems to be stepping into provincial jurisdiction, for example, family policy is not federal jurisdiction. It's easier to create tools and receive funding in Quebec, for example, to develop also in other provinces a similar system that there is in Quebec that is also very efficient. The current bill, well, the former one used to be C3. Well, a former bill, there was a clause, provision that allowed Quebec to remove itself from this agreement with full compensation. It is always nice to accept bills that come from the federal government, but they are delving into Quebec's jurisdiction. Can the minister guarantee that even though this provision is no longer in Bill C-35, that they will respect Quebec's jurisdiction and the right of Quebec to remove itself from the agreement with full compensation? The Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your question, and I will try a bit in French to reply.
So, of course, as we have negotiated the agreements with the provinces and territories, Quebec, of course, there's been many conversations about the future of early learning and childcare across the country and in Quebec. And if I may say so, Quebec has been held, frankly, as a model and has done incredible work decades ahead of the rest of Canada. And we see that. We've seen the impact of that in Quebec and in women's participation, frankly, in the labor force in Quebec. So undoubtedly, I am happy to continue the work with Quebec and with my partner there and have utmost respect for what they've been able to accomplish and are continuing to invest and accomplish alongside us. Thank you.
And for a brief question, the honour for Winnipeg Centre.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to work with my colleague across the way. One of the concerns that the NDP amended in committee was to include the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples on decisions impacting their children. The Liberals voted against it. Now we're in an EI legislation, and once again, the Liberals are trying to throw out amendments to make sure that the bill is consistent with Bill C-15 to ensure that consistency with UNDRIP. I'm wondering, she talks about inclusivity. I'm wondering why her government continues to not uphold the rights of Indigenous peoples in regards to their children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief answer from the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much to my colleague for the question, and always a pleasure to work with her as well. As we were negotiating across the country, undoubtedly, we have worked very well with Indigenous governments, Indigenous partners across the country, and really been focused on ensuring that early learning and childcare is provided that is culturally appropriate, that is led by Indigenous leaders. And that is continuing to roll out against the, across the country. And I do believe those conversations and that work is ongoing, and inclusivity undoubtedly is certainly key front and center as we continue that work.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, as we debate the Senate amendment to Bill C-35, I would like to draw the attention of my colleagues and indeed of all Canadians to the fact that this bill is a significant and truly historic piece of legislation. It represents the federal government's commitment to families across the country. It's a piece of legislation that could enshrine in law all the work that's being done to build an affordable, accessible, inclusive, high-quality early learning and childcare system across Canada. A system in which families across Canada, no matter where they live, have access to affordable, inclusive, high-quality programs and services. It isn't by chance that we're here today. Over 50 years ago, the Royal Commission on the Status of Women in Canada tabled its report to Parliament. And even back then, the report called for affordable childcare accessible to all those who needed it. But it took the advocacy of 2 generations of women and allies to help make these recommendations a reality. And it's thanks to the resilience of families and experts in the field that history has been made. And I'm not just talking about childcare. We have before us a Senate amendment that also touches on the issue of official language minority communities. And this brings me back to the history of Canada's linguistic duality as enshrined in the Official Languages Act, which is the product of the work of the Royal Commission on Bilingualism and Biculturalism. And it was through further awareness raising and advocacy that language rights were enshrined in the Canadian Constitution in 1982. And therefore, it's an even stronger bill that we have before us today, thanks to the efforts of our honourable colleagues in the other place. And I'd like to thank the honourable colleague who proposed this amendment, as well as all our other colleagues in the other place, for their study of this important piece of legislation and for their efforts to strengthen it. The amendment before us today concerns Section 8 on the funding. This section calls on the Government of Canada to commit to maintaining long-term funding for early learning and childcare programs and services, including early learning and childcare programs and services for Indigenous peoples, and as amended, for official language minority communities. Second, this section recognizes the funding that will continue to be provided primarily through agreements with provincial governments, Indigenous governing bodies, and other Indigenous entities that represent the interests of Indigenous groups and their members. Madam Speaker, this amendment underscores the work already underway with our provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners to provide a high-quality, culturally appropriate early learning and childcare system that is accessible to all of Canada's children. We have signed agreements with every province and territory as part of the implementation of a Canada-wide system. This also includes Quebec, which has an asymmetrical agreement since it has had an affordable childcare system in place for quite some time. And for each of these agreements and every jurisdiction, with the exception of Quebec, we undertake to take into consideration the needs of official language minority communities. Allow me to give you a few examples of what this actually looks like. In the action plan for the agreement with BC, the province commits to continuing to work in partnership with British Columbia's Francophone Affairs program and interested representatives of the Francophone community. Together, they will address the needs of young children in Francophone families in British Columbia. They must also ensure that workforce supports take into account the needs of Francophone educators. In terms of the agreement with New Brunswick, the province emphasizes that Francophone early learning centers and homes must follow the province's guidelines for language acquisition and cultural identity. The goal is to help protect and promote Francophone and Acadian language and culture. Now let's have a look at the Yukon. Their action plan prioritizes $1 million over the first 2 years to create spots for First Nation governments, French language nonprofit daycare centers, and other nonprofit programs. The action plan also highlights Yukon's 3 French first language programs, as well as its commitment to supporting the expansion of minority language childcare spaces. Madam Speaker, in a Canada-wide childcare system, culturally appropriate childcare is paramount. Children from all backgrounds must have access to such services. For Indigenous communities, this may take several forms. For example, it can mean passing on traditional knowledge and learning, or preserving Indigenous languages. It depends on what their priorities are. Early learning and childcare contribute to lasting, far-reaching positive outcomes throughout a person's life. And this is especially true for Indigenous children and families, whose access to culturally relevant, Indigenous-led early learning and childcare services is crucial to creating the foundation for a child's cultural identity, sense of worth, and future success. For official language minority communities, this means ensuring that children have access to childcare services in the official language of their choice. This allows us to promote linguistic transmission and identity building. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that, aside from these agreements, when it comes to early learning and childcare, the Government of Canada is investing significantly in official languages. In fact, the Action Plan for Official Languages 2023-2028 brings our total investment in official languages to $4.1 billion over 5 years. This is the largest investment in official languages ever made by a Canadian government. Once again, Madam Speaker, this is historic. The current action plan builds on past successes with the Early Childhood Development Program. This plan commits to new investments in early learning and childcare. Firstly, $50 million is being invested to create a network of early childhood practitioners. This network will facilitate coordination between different sectors to implement initiatives specific to Francophone minority communities across Canada. Secondly, $14.2 million in funding will enable the continued development of initial, ongoing, and specialized training programs. The aim is to meet the challenges facing the early childhood sector in official language minority communities. Also, we have to strengthen the skills of educators. All this while promoting access to quality childcare services for children and their families in these communities. I'd also like to underscore that implementing this system is not easy, and that is why the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare, which will be ratified as a statutory body through this bill, is important. It serves as a forum for hearing from those involved in the sector, and its members provide the expert advice needed for continuous improvement. Bill C-35 would make the Council a statutory body, like the National Poverty Advisory Council and the National Housing Council. The Council reflects the diversity of Canadian society, including Canada's linguistic duality. It's clear that the Government of Canada is working hard to support all communities and Canada's linguistic duality. And I think it's also very clear that Bill C-35 is essential. I look forward to standing proudly in this House to celebrate the royal assent of this historic bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before we move on to questions and comments, I have a point of order. The honourable member
for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm very sorry to interrupt the current affairs of the chamber. I'm back again, this time with a tie and jacket on, as per House rules. I tried to tell you before, when I was not dressed appropriately, that I had a technical issue on the last vote we held today, which was on C-273, and my intention is to vote in favor. Therefore, I'm asking for unanimous consent from the House to register my vote in favor of C-273 and apologize for the delay that this has caused in House proceedings at the moment.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion asking for consent to have his vote recorded will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, and the Parliamentary Secretary for Families and Social Development. This debate took place last spring as well, in June, and we sent this bill to the House and then to the other place. Now, today, the debate is on the amendment to integrate the linguistic clause. Now, Madam Speaker, I will mention what the government representative to the Senate said, the Honourable Mark Gold, who after a presentation from Senator Cormier said he prepared a text. Allow me to underscore, he said, that I intend to present the government's position. The government does not support this amendment. Madam Speaker, I just want to know what happened with the Liberals, so they're once again flip-flopping and changing their position, because with all appearances, it seems that this government will support the amendment. We're losing time here, and it's not effective for official language communities in minority settings. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question is somewhat strange, considering my colleague's years of experience. He should understand full well in a process when an amendment is presented, there may be various conversations taking place and discussions amongst the various members. And now we're talking about members of the Senate and members of the House of Commons, and sometimes it leads to confusion, which is positive in this case. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for Sherbrooke for her speech. I know that she is concerned and very attached to social issues, and these are close to her heart. In Quebec, the minister said earlier, is an example in terms of child care and early child care learning, and this is something that is part of the deep values of Quebecers. And there is a woman who was very much at the heart of this movement, who was active in Quebec. Pauline Marois, at the time, she was Minister of Education, and then she became the first female Premier of Quebec. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say, what she believes the impact is of this great Quebecer in terms of what we're seeing today, and the rest of Canada, which is taking example from Quebec on this file in terms of early child care. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. Yes, the child care program in Quebec was a societal change that was very major. And as a mother of 3 beautiful boys, they did attend this child care, and the services were very professional, and there was a very supportive and educational context, and therefore to be able to create friendships and to learn and to take your first steps in a learning center in Quebec. Well, for women, this was an opportunity for them to return to the labor force and to go back to their studies, to become more autonomous and independent. And now we see the results, the positive results of this change that was brought in place by Ms. Marois.
Brief question, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. I'm happy to see this coming back with reasonable Senate amendments, and to see this moving forward. I want to acknowledge the incredible work of my colleague, the MP for Winnipeg Centre, for all of her work to get this moving forward. The question I do have is around the workforce strategy, or the lack of a workforce strategy, and I'm wondering if the member can share why there was no follow-through, despite the ask of unions and workers across the country, to address the shortage of workers, to ensure that they have the pensions, the wages, the benefits that are required to ensure that the child care is delivered in an effective way across the country.
A brief answer, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for that important question. Obviously, a system of childcare like this can't work unless we have qualified staff, professional staff, to provide the service. And we know those people work very hard. I was recently in Edmonton, where I met with people working in that field, and it was clear that this was a major issue. There are agreements with all the provinces and territories, and under those agreements, the system gets implemented, and so we expect all players to play their part so that the result is very positive.
The reprise de débat, the honourable member Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to rise and speak on behalf of the beautiful riding of Peterborough-Kawartha, and happy Valentine's Day to everybody watching. I hope that you have somebody in your life that you love, whether it be your parents, your kids, or somebody special. I am the critic to this file, so it is my job to really hone in on what is not being done. So what we're talking about today is C-35. What people at home may know this bill as is the infamous $10 a day childcare that the Liberals have run a very big marketing campaign on and promised the moon, the stars, and the sun, and have not, unfortunately, delivered any of that. So what I want to start with, as I listen to my colleague across the way, who is the minister for this file, reiterate that the purpose of this bill was sold a real pipe dream to Canadians. And as a mom, it's an easy pipe dream to buy, right? So affordable, inclusive, quality, and access childcare. But what I'm going to outline today in this speech, and when we talk about the amendments that were sent back from the Senate, I'm going to outline clearly what we actually have in reality. And so what we have, I also do need to do this, thank you so much. I do need unanimous consent to share my time with the honourable member from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to what the member is proposing will please say nay.
D'accord?
Agreed. Now, this is heard the terms of the motion. Would all those opposed please say nay? Carried.
Unlimited time. It's a 10-minute speech with 5 minutes questions and comments as she's sharing her time. The honourable member for Peterborough-Karratha.
Thank you so much, and I look forward to my colleague's speech about this, as I'll get into that in a little bit with the amendments. But going back to what we've actually seen, what this program has delivered. The Liberals love to say it's transformational. That, Madam Speaker, is absolutely true. The childcare waitlists under this program have skyrocketed. Childcare centres cannot grow to meet the demand. Childcare centres cannot afford to operate. There is a bias against entrepreneur-run childcare centres and an open call to phase them out, which will decrease access even more. The people who need affordable childcare the most are not getting it. This program is not equitable. The child is not the priority of this agreement. Ideology is. Parents do not have choice. Children with special needs, which is going up and up as we see more and more neurodivergence, are not getting the support they need with this agreement. Access to childcare has decreased, meaning instead of empowering more women, it has taken away their choice. And yes, I have the stats to back all of this up, Madam Speaker. Setting the provinces up to take the blame when they were coerced into signing a flawed federal contract. So let's break this all down, Madam Speaker, and it is quite an easy thing to break down because really what you need to do is pick up the phone and answer the calls that have been flooding in to, I'm sure, constituencies across this country. So we can start with the stats, just a few quick stats of what's actually happened. 77% of high-income parents access childcare versus 41% of low-income families. That's the stats that is coming out right now. How equitable is that? Shouldn't we want a service where the people who need it the most can access it? The labor force participation rate for women was 61.5% in September 2023 compared to a high of 61.7% in 2015. Women are going down in the workforce, not going up. Employment rate of female youth on a strong downward trend since February 2023 with a cumulative decline of 4.2% over that period. This is the lowest since May 2000, excluding the pandemic. The number of children under the age of 5 in childcare fell by 118,000 between 2019 and 2023, a decrease of 8.5% nationally. 46.4% of parents reported difficulty finding childcare in 2023, which is up from 36.4%. In Ontario, the proportion of children in childcare was 48% in 2023 compared to 54% in 2019. Childcare deserts are affecting nearly 50% of young children in Canada. It goes on and on and on, Madam Speaker, and the numbers are there. And the numbers are real, but I think when you start to listen to the stories, that's where we really have to pay attention, because as I've said multiple times in this House, there are true human consequences to the incompetence and wasteful spending of this government. We recently heard from Andrea Hannon, who is, she oversees ADCO, which is the Association of Daycare Operators in Ontario. She represents independent licensed childcare centres, both commercial and not-for-profit. And this is what she said, because we're doing a study on economic empowerment for women and the status of women. And she said, and I quote, "We have a sector of the economy that was largely created by women, is essential to women's equality in the workforce, and is one of the only economic sectors in the country where women have always been fairly represented as owners and managers. It's not only being undervalued by government, but targeted for replacement by a government-run system." What was even more disturbing about that testimony, Madam Speaker, is not one of the Liberal members in the committee disputed this. Not one. In fact, by their line of questioning, it was clear they were quite comfortable with the idea of arbitrarily eliminating small business. It seems now that this was their plan for childcare. And that is the reality of what we're talking about. And that is why this is an ideology-based system. And they had the option multiple times to help these small business, these female-operated small business owners who are sitting at home and they want to go back to work, but you know what? They can't. They don't want to leave their kid, and they think they're going to do two things. I'm going to start my own business. I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I'm going to help the other women in my life and the other families I know, and I'm going to invite children into my home, and I'm going to care for them and provide quality care. Well, what I have heard repeatedly across this country is that these women-owned daycare centers are being targeted, and they are bleeding money, and they are shutting down. This woman wrote to me from Simcoe, and I want to tell you that she told me she right now is personally funding $20,000 to $30,000 per month so that childcare is available just to pay its bills. She said, we are committing to helping our parents by being in this program. It's called CWELC for people at home. It's an acronym, Canada-wide Early Learning Childcare. CWELC is the common acronym for it. The reality is, by staying in the program, we will be bankrupt and lose 250 childcare spaces, and 45 dedicated staff will be unemployed. This program will close the business that I have worked so long and hard to build. That is the reality of what this program is doing. Now, don't just take my word for it. You're sitting at home, you're a critic, you have nothing nice to say about the Liberals. No, I don't, because they have a record of repeatedly showing us that they cannot manage taxpayer money. That's been in the news all week. An Arrive scam app that should have cost $80,000, and $60 million is the total we know of right now, but it's probably more. $1.36 billion on homelessness, and hey, I don't know if you've been outside lately, but there seems to be a lot more tents. This government is famous for making the people dependent on them and then taking away that dependence and destroying them. They did it with the media, and they've done it with so many other industries. They're doing it now with our post-secondary education and immigration and students. They've turned off the tap. Now these universities don't know what they're going to do.
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member from Aurora, Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering what this has to do with childcare right now. She seems to be straying pretty far from what we were debating.
I think the honourable member, I know it's probably part of debate as we're doing here tonight, but I just want to make sure that everyone stays on the bill that is before us. The honourable member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so glad the Liberal members have to stand up and ask what this has to do with childcare, because it has to do everything with childcare. That is the reality. And so, it is, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start to read to you the headlines. These are just in the last month. In 1 month, as the Liberals' universal daycare policy unravels, Conservatives could go on the offensive. Burlington Child Care Centre leaves parents struggling with 1 week closing time. Daycares navigate financial struggles as province aims for $10 a day childcare. Rolling closures highlight need for emergency actions to keep $10 a day childcare viable. 9,200 children waiting for care in Waterloo Region. Alberta daycares brace for losses as Trudeau deal kicks in. Parents have yet to get the child care they deserve. What does this have to do with daycare to the member opposite? Everything. People can't go to work. That's what's happening. $10 a day daycare is a great idea, but Yellowknife, it's hard to find a spot. My son's daycare can't afford to stay in the $10 a day program. Now we'll have to pay an extra $800 a month. And this is Liberal paid media telling us this. As London daycare's waitlist quadruples, a desperate parent opens her own daycare instead. Childcare spaces remain tight on PEI despite government initiatives. Shall I keep going, Mr. Speaker? Oh, am I out? And that is the reality of this failed program.
Thank the honourable member.
Very innocent.
So we go to questions and comments. You kind of know how the sequence here works. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridge is Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those remarks. You're clearly very well informed about this program. And I would say one thing, yes, there is some ideology behind it. We believe that women should have the choice to go back to their careers if they want to and to be able to afford that. So in that respect, I agree with you. However, with all of the criticism you have of the program, I'm curious as to why you voted for it. Could you please explain that?
I need to remind members to run their questions, of course, through the chair, not how I voted or not. So thanks. So the honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what's ironic about that member's question is women don't have the choice to go to work, and the stats are in. That's the reality of this program. And you know, I talked to this one daycare operator, and somebody said to her, why don't you just opt out? Why did you opt into this program? And so she said to me, Michelle, I absolutely want to provide affordable quality childcare for people who need it. But this program was rigged from day one. I thought I was doing the right thing, but I was coerced into signing this agreement, and they are taking money from me, and they are taking away the choice for families. And that is what we wanted. We wanted to provide families with choice. We put forward the amendments in committee, and those Liberals and that NDP voted down every single one.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I work with the honourable member on the status of women, and we've gotten some things done together in the committee. I appreciate that very much. My colleague, through you, Mr. Speaker, mentioned Andrea Hannon, I know, who's been very critical of the National Childcare Program. But here's the thing. Provincial licensing requirements are a floor. Not a ceiling. And we know that the research consensus is that nonprofit and public childcare delivers high quality care and better outcomes for children than for-profit. We know that through research. And we also know that for-profit care centers historically have exploited workers more so than in public and not-for-profit childcare sectors. And we know one of the reasons why the National Childcare Strategy isn't getting off the ground is because the Liberal government did not put in place a worker strategy with livable wages, benefits, and pensions. People are not wanting to join the field. So, you know, I have worked a lot with my honourable colleague. We have differences, though, on this. And I'm wondering why she thinks that public money should go towards centres that are not public and not for profit. Why should we use public money for that? Thank you, Mr.
Honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I do work very well with my colleague across the way. And we, as Conservatives, supported her amendment in committee to support Indigenous, and the Liberals did not. Indigenous services for children and parents to have that right under it. But I think the real issue here, and I think it's really insulting to these women-operated childcare operators, why are they not included? And to say that there's research that they don't provide the quality, and it has been said to me repeatedly, and I went into these centres, the quality of childcare is deeply diminishing under this care because they do not have the money. They can't charge more money. Their hands are tied. And so the quality in these not-for-profit centres are also dropping. Kids don't have access to the food. The parents are getting nickeled and dimed. And to say that they don't have the quality of care in a small, independent, female-owned, operated childcare centre, that's not fair. Go look and see them. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and I think you can see all the ideology underlying that Conservative speech. Now, when it comes to what committees do, well, committees make amendments. The Bloc suggests amendments, including the option for Quebec to opt out completely from any federal program with full compensation. And I know that all the other parties voted against that, but I was a bit surprised by the position the Conservatives took, because they're constantly saying that they respect Quebec's jurisdiction and the provinces. So why, in this case, why didn't they? Why weren't they allies with the Bloc?
Time, and I'll allow the Honourable Member for Kawartha to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do feel that we were allies with the Bloc, and we are allies in terms of what has happened. And you know what? They have got this right from day one. Keep it in the province. Why did the feds wade into this water? Why did they do this?
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. I'd like to thank my colleague from Peterborough, Kawartha, who does excellent work on committee. And it's a pleasure for me to accompany her when it comes to the official languages aspect of this bill. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure for me to rise in this place to debate issues that are important to Canadians. People who know me know I'm a staunch defender of French. So I'm particularly excited to talk to you about official languages and obviously French. The question is, why are we talking about official languages in connection with Canada's Early Learning and Childcare Act? Well, the answer is simple. This Liberal government has once again forgotten about minority Francophone communities. It's hardly surprising, though, Mr. Speaker. We've already seen this when we were undertaking to modernize the Official Languages Act. The Liberal government, self-proclaimed champion of official languages, lacks the courage to take concrete steps. That's what the Liberals are all about. All talk, no action. Because of the Liberal government's lack of vision and ambition, the elephant gave birth to a mouse with Bill C-13. That's what I like to call C-13 anyway, a mouse. This was the first review of the Official Languages Act in over 30 years, and the government turned a deaf ear to stakeholders from all across the country. Once again, a golden opportunity missed, and that happens all the time with this Liberal government over the past 8 years. There's no requirement to count rights holders, and the powers of federal authorities are watered down. There's no central agency and no accountability. But what do you expect? With the Liberals, no one's ever held to account. What about the Official Languages Commissioner, who's still waiting for the order in council granting him his new powers? And that's what the law, that act calls for. Who's in charge on the government side? Is it the President of the Treasury Board? Is it the Minister of Canadian Heritage, who's one of the two ministers mentioned in the Act who didn't even attend the committee hearings? The Minister of Official Languages, the Minister of Justice? Who? We don't know. And the Commissioner is still waiting to be given the green light. And there's a decline in French all across Canada. Meanwhile,
their approach to official languages is just not serious, and that just goes to show how little they care about bilingualism in Canada. The Senate amendment, that's what we're debating today. Today we are debating a Senate amendment moved by Senator Cormier. He is an Acadian who defends Francophones. In his amendment, he wishes to add the word official language minority communities in the first sentence of Section 8 after especially those destined to Indigenous peoples, and he cuts Section 8 into two subsections. The first section sets out the government's financial commitment, and the second subsection specifies the mechanisms through which the federal government will grant this funding. Adding official language minority committees does not remove any rights from any minority group or from Indigenous peoples. The goal of this addition is to eliminate all ambiguity before the courts. The Senate noticed this issue and they raised the red flag. They fixed it. But you know, with the Liberals, everything they do is improvised, last minute. They're not serious. We know full well how much effort and how many resources are necessary for OLMCs to assert their language rights. You could hear about this from the Federation of Francophones of British Columbia. Even after a ruling in their favor from the Federal Court of Appeal in their case against Employment and Social Development Canada, they still have to fight the Minister for Official Languages to have that ruling upheld. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. And the Liberals just act like money grows on trees and they don't really care. We know that early childhood is a critical period for language learning and for identity development. But access to French language early childhood services is in fact essential for transmitting the language and culture of official language minority communities. So these early childhood services are vectors for French learning. They guarantee that children will learn the language that they need to, and it will give them education in their language and facilitate their integration into French language schools throughout the country. These services are also related to the right to education, which is enshrined in Section 23 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We feel that this amendment is relevant and necessary. I would also like to highlight that there are already references to official language minority communities in Sections 7 and 11, and that's thanks to Conservatives. I'm the one who tabled motions for this. The Bloc Québécois supported me, but the NDP and the Liberals, they voted against some of these sections we proposed. Some of our suggestions were accepted, others were not, and we had to go through the Senate. The Conservative Party of Canada made sure that Francophones everywhere in Canada would be included in bilateral agreements for childcare services. Now, I would also like to take the time to thank the National Commission of Francophone Parents, as well as the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities for their incredibly hard work in this file. The Liberals don't support this amendment because in fact, even the government representative in the Senate said very clearly that the government does not support this amendment, Senator Cormier's amendment. So the Liberal government, though, seemed to support it at one point, so it's yet another flip-flop. But Francophones stood up to defend this. Now, as I was saying, the Liberals are not in favor of this amendment. According to the government, this amendment is not necessary or appropriate. But then today they decided that they are in favor of it? How does the government justify its position? Every person should have access to early childhood services in the official language of their choice. That is non-negotiable, Mr. Speaker. Canada must be a bilingual country, English and French. And I insist on those two languages, English and French, because I'd like to remind the House that, in fact, this Prime Minister named a bilingual Governor General. Bilingual, but she doesn't speak French. That's odd, isn't it, Mr. Speaker? And I'd like to make another comment, Mr. Speaker. There is only one officially bilingual province in Canada. This province, though, named for that province a lieutenant governor who is unilingual, an Anglophone unilingual. So this government, they're not consistent, and their intention does not always match the facts or the law. They are all talk, but they don't walk the talk. The Liberals realized that they would lose support in Francophone regions, so they decided to agree with conservative common sense. And yes, it is common sense. We are a bilingual country, so we need to be consistent and protect both official languages. A tactic we saw at another time, the pause on the carbon tax in Atlantic Canada. They were panicking, the government, and they just took action. But when they did so, they punished all Canadians outside the Atlantic provinces. So there's a serious problem. Then they walked it back and they said that maybe people in Alberta or in British Columbia will maybe be able to use this credit for heat pumps, but they're just improvising, and it's very unfortunate. And this government, with its improvisation, is smacking us right up against a wall. And it's unfortunate that this incompetence is at the expense of bilingualism in our country. Now, Mr. Speaker, you've informed me that I have only 1 minute remaining. Here's my message for Francophones all over Canada. The only party here in the House of Commons, the Conservative Party of Canada, we are the only party which will truly protect your rights and interests. We will continue to take real and tangible action, and we will halt the decline of French, which is occurring everywhere in Canada. We will also protect and promote our 2 official languages. We will not pit French against English. We will protect both official languages, French and English. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston-Chesapeake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this occasion to thank my colleague for the speech. He mentioned that we worked very hard on C-13. All parties together, we worked very hard on C-13 in order to support Francophones outside Quebec and Anglophones in Quebec, and the final result was a great victory. I'm so grateful for all that work we did. That said, I would like to say that what the member says and what his party says are 2 different things. The ideology of the party, you're not wearing a tie? You are not able to speak without a tie. I'll give you 30 seconds. The Honourable Member for Sackville Preston-Chesapeake. Much appreciated, Mr. Speaker. I would like to explain that during the 9 years of Harper Conservatives, there were major cuts at the Translation Bureau, cuts to legal challenges. We had to make legal challenges. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, point of order. Mr. Speaker, when members are not wearing ties, they cannot speak in the House. Yes, but I saw him put his tie on, so... Point of order. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. But you wouldn't have recognized the member at the outset if he hadn't been wearing a tie, and he wasn't wearing a tie. So next time, it would be important for us all to follow the rules and to apply the standing orders. I hadn't noticed that he wasn't wearing a tie, but next time I will notice.
Mr. Speaker, there is a well-established precedent that if a member does not have a tie and then they get the tie and put it on, the Speaker has always allowed them to continue their speech.
The Honourable Member Barry Innisfil.
On that point of order, Mr. Speaker, I say we let him go because the tie doesn't match the shirt. So, I mean, if he wants to stand in this place like that, then he should go ahead. Go ahead.
Personnellement.
Well, I think this is taking too much time. The Honourable Member for Sackville, Cheston, Prescott.
Everyone is proud that we're here today discussing important things for Canadians.
So I'd like to conclude my question quickly, Mr. Speaker. We need to acknowledge the work that was done on this matter. We need to talk about the importance of early childhood and early childhood services across Canada. That's what's important here. Francophones throughout Canada have missed out on a lot of opportunities, and they were assimilated because they didn't have enough opportunities to have early childhood education in French. So we should celebrate this. And I would appreciate if my colleague could talk about what a joyous occasion this is today, that we're working together to make big changes. The Honourable Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say for those watching us at home, the member may not have been wearing his tie, but he is a very spirited person, and I appreciate working with him in the House and on the Official Languages Committee. But as for the tie, well, I'll give him a few style tips tonight. Here is what I have to say to my colleague. Today, we are debating the amendment to include a section about official languages and minority communities when it comes to early childhood and care centers. Now, we need to stop looking in the past 10 years ago. We need to look at what the Liberal government has done over the past 8 years. Recently, Mr. Speaker, they prevented a committee from operating because they said that it would cost $300 million to translate documents. That is absolutely unacceptable. All parliamentarians have the right to receive information in both official languages. And who is currently the government? The Liberal government. Questions and comments with a beautiful tie. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier for his speech. It was a very impassioned speech. I know that he is on a mission to protect the Francophonie. I sit with him on the Official Languages Committee, and I know that this is an issue that he holds dear. But I heard a speech just now that was more pro-partisan than pro-Francophone. He likes to talk about his party. Well, his party appointed an Anglophone judge to the Supreme Court of Canada. So that's a bit of a stain on what he's claiming. Common sense, eh? Now, here's what I'd like to know from him. Does he feel that there is anything positive in this bill? And the bill was, of course, largely inspired by Quebec. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I thank the member for Trois-Rivières, and I also appreciate working with him abroad to defend French and the French fact. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my colleague that we, the Conservatives, have taken a lot of action to ensure that official languages be included in this bill. We worked very hard with the collaboration of the member for Pointe-de-Lille. The member for Pointe-de-Lille worked with me to include even more about official languages in C13. Now, I'd like to remind my colleague that I personally went to committee. I moved amendments, and if official languages are in this bill, it's thanks to the Conservative Party of Canada. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the House that in the Senate, all Conservative senators, because there is a Conservative senators group in Canada in the Senate, they all voted in favor of Senator Cormier's amendment. How many Liberals, or rather independents appointed by Liberals, voted against this amendment? That's the question, Mr. Speaker. Questionings and comments on member for Lynam, Lady Smith.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to share, Mr. Speaker, that I agree with many of the comments made by my colleague around the importance of Canadians having access to French language, childcare, and early learning. My question is, the member was speaking about money not growing on trees and the importance of things being, of childcare being effectively funded. Now, I've heard the Conservatives talk frequently about privatized childcare, and I'm wondering if the member can share his thoughts around that we're using public tax money to go into privatized childcare, when we know that when childcare is public, that it is increasingly accessible, available, that workers have livable wages, for example. So what are the members' thoughts on the importance of us funding public childcare with public funds? Thank you.
There is not much time remaining, but honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for Nanaimo, Lady Smith, for mentioning that most of what I said in my speech was appreciated by the NDP. But now, Mr. Speaker, it's time for common sense. We need to put our money in the right place. We need to spend it well so that mothers and fathers can work, so that we can generate wealth and then offer good social services. The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise to speak to Bill C-35, the Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act. I will be sharing my time with the member for Thérèse de Blainville. I would like to wish a happy Valentine's Day to all, and especially to my partner, Marc. Happy Valentine's Day, even though we're far apart. Mr. Speaker, this bill has come back before the House with an amendment passed in the Senate. In December 2023, the Senate proposed an amendment for funding for early learning and child care services for Indigenous groups and OLMCs. The amendment reads as follows, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-35 be amended at Section 8, page 6, by substituting lines 14 to 22 by what follows. First line, the Government of Canada commits to maintaining long-term funding for early learning and childcare services, especially those for Indigenous peoples and official language minority communities. 8.2. This funding must be granted mainly through agreements with provincial governments and Indigenous governance bodies and other Indigenous groups which represent the interests of an Indigenous group and its members. When one reads this amendment, one notes that the goal is to add the words official language minority community in this bill, in this amendment. And this amendment is consistent with the requests of the Canada Francophone and Acadian Commission and with the Canadian National Francophone Parents Group, who are committed long-term to protect Francophones outside Quebec.
Since Quebec already has its own agreement with Ottawa, this amendment should not apply to Quebec. In its current form, C-35 is not perfect from a Quebec perspective. In committee, I tried to perfect it, Madam Speaker, but all the amendments I put forward during the clause-by-clause of this bill were not accepted. In short, the demands of the Bloc and Quebec City have not been heard or respected. And I'll give you a quick reminder of what happened. Throughout the committee's study of the bill, we heard witnesses talk about the importance of affordable, quality daycare for the development of young children, for a better work-study-family balance, for the emancipation of women, and also for the return on investment in the economy. Throughout this study, Quebec was cited as a model. The Quebec model was repeatedly cited as a model to be emulated. And when the time came to include Quebec's expertise in this bill, and I saw the other three parties on the committee reject this reality easily, and the same thing for our amendments enshrining the possibility for Quebec to withdraw completely from any federal program with full financial compensation. The only time an overture was made was when Quebec expertise was included in the preamble, the only place where these words ultimately had no concrete effect on the legislation. Therefore, Quebec does not benefit from the possibility of a complete withdrawal from this program with full compensation. The current agreement with the Quebec government covers a 5-year period. However, the inclusion of Quebec's full right to opt out of this program would have avoided another Quebec-Ottawa quarrel following a possible desire of the government to interfere in Quebec's areas of expertise or jurisdiction, as it knows also well how to do. When questioned on the subject, senior officials who worked on the bill also repeatedly said that while nothing would prevent the federal government from imposing conditions on a future government, the bill was designed with the asymmetry of Quebec's reality compared to other Canadian provinces in mind. The various members of the Liberal government who spoke to this bill also repeatedly mentioned that the Liberals intended to continue to work with Quebec on this issue. The current agreement also appealed to Quebec because it did not interfere in any area of jurisdiction, leaving the Quebec government leeway to spend the money where it wished. With the current agreement between Ottawa and Quebec and the federal government's expressed willingness to continue working in this direction, Canada seems to not have the intention of lecturing Quebec on childcare. Therefore, we believe that another bilateral agreement would be possible, probable, and necessary, since Quebec is the inspiration and the Canadian government is following suit. Then, at report stage in this House, nothing of substance was added to the debate. The Conservatives continued to hammer home the point that this bill has major shortcomings, particularly in terms of accessibility, since private daycare centres are not included in the subsidies provided for this bill. In short, the NDP continued to call on the government to increase its interference in Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. Bear in mind as well, Madam Speaker, that for many years now, many Canadian families have envied Quebec's child care program, since they have often had to devote a large portion or a major portion of their family income to paying for child care. For quite some time, these families have dreamed of benefiting from the same service that is offered to Quebec families. Therefore, it's high time for all Canadian families to benefit from child care without breaking the bank. Quebec's child care program in recent years has enabled Quebecers to benefit from a better work-life balance, more generous maternity and paternal leave, and it has allowed to extend family assistance programs to self-employed workers and those with atypical schedules. This model is a source of wealth and pride for the entire Quebec nations. With their democratic management involving parents and educators, these early childhood centers are one of the most obvious successes of the new social economy, particularly because of the public they support. It's also important to remember in Quebec, educational child care services have a threefold mission: to ensure well-being, health, and safety of children entrusted to them, to provide them with a living environment conducive to stimulating all aspects of their development, from birth to school entry, and lastly, to prevent the onset of learning, behavioral, or social integration difficulties. In my opinion, a genuine family policy such as Quebec's, which includes things such as parental leave, income support, and accessible network of child care services, must be integrated into a coherent approach to be effective, and therefore should be the responsibility of only one level of government. Therefore, Madam Speaker, despite all the shortcomings and imperfection of the current bill, the Bloc will support it. It's high time families outside Quebec also enjoy the benefits of an early learning and childcare system. With prices rising everywhere, the adoption of C-35 will undoubtedly enable many families to improve their financial well-being. In addition to giving Canadian families a financial boost, we know that it will also enable more mothers to enter the job market. C-35 will ensure a healthier French language outside Quebec and prevent assimilation into English. As Mr. Jean-Luc Racine of the Commission Nationale des Parents Francophones said, our experience in the field clearly shows that as soon as French-speaking children go to an English language school, it's all over. Once you go over to the English side, within a few years, you've forgotten French. So these are the main important arguments that motivate me to support Bill C-35. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha. Thank you, colleague.
I'm working with my colleague on this bill, and just a couple of questions because, you know, I think two things. Number one, does she think that it was worthwhile for the federal government to interfere in provincial jurisdiction when this is a provincial matter? And number two, in specific to these amendments, they turn these down, and these are charters of rights. These are official languages of encouraging funding for French-speaking and minority languages. Why do you think she believes the Liberals wouldn't want to have supported that, especially in committee, and are changing their mind now? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay James. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. First, the federal government shouldn't get involved into provincial jurisdiction, particularly that of Quebec. Second, I think the child care policy is a model that has to be emulated. And in terms of the amendment, yes, of course, we have to help Francophones outside of Quebec as well have access to daycare services. Questions and
comments. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her intervention today. And, you know, I'll be the first to admit that a program like this that was born out of Quebec, that was inspired by Quebec's model, that Quebec has shown the results. If you know, to my Conservative members, if you're questioning whether or not more women get into the workforce as a result of a program like this, just look at Quebec, because Quebec has had a program like this in place for a number of years and have already, you can just look in Quebec and more women are in the workforce. But my question to the member is, you know, we're seeing a repeat from the Conservatives' position last time this was in the House. They talk it down the whole time they're here. They criticize it repeatedly. And then when it comes time to vote, they silently stand up and vote in favor of it. Does she think, does my colleague think that the Conservatives will do the same thing this time? Just trash talk it the whole time, but then when it comes time to vote in favor of it?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay James. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In terms of our model, it is the ideal, and you're the proof of this, because with C35, this is another model that you're putting forward. In terms of the Conservatives, I have no idea what they'll be voting in favor of or not. They're impulsive, so I can't answer that.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, you got it right. That's great. Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is actually building off of what my colleague was just talking about around the fact that we know that Quebec's system of affordable child care has been a model for the rest of the country. And I'm wondering if the member can share with us the benefits that they've seen in Quebec to gender equity, to women in accessing child care, to all parents in accessing child care, and the quality of the child care that children have been receiving. Thank you.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, in Quebec, we have accessibility. It's affordable, it's flexible, and it's inclusive as well, our childcare. So children have support, as do families. And children with various levels of abilities also are supported. So we have a true model that can be emulated in other provinces, and I think that the government should do this with C35 as well. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Abitibi James for her speech, because it is very moderate and it put things in place, because since 1987, Quebec has moved forward with a plan. It was under Pauline Marois that allowed us to courageously take steps forward. And in 2006, when Bill C-35 was first read, we participated in the first reading of this bill. And I'd like to ask her, does the current bill give Quebec significant enough credit, or does it pervert the idea that we had that was better? I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Very good question. I hope that the model we have will be successful with C-35, because we are truly an example for daycare services, and also in terms of parental leave, parental benefits, tax credits, and we are truly an example. We should not ignore it. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a real pleasure to rise this evening to speak to this bill. And my colleague piloted this bill at committee with brio, with great passion and commitment. So it'll be hard for me to do even more justice to this topic than my colleague has. So some colleagues decided to wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day. It is February 14th. So I'd like to wish, a lot of love to my nation, Quebec, because if we are before Bill C-35 like we are now, it's because Quebec was a pioneer 26 years ago in 1987 by implementing a unique model for daycare services. Early child care learning experience services was put in place under Pauline Marois, who became the first premier of Quebec. All of civil society gathered around this legislation to ensure that we have family policy that is rigorous and with a dual objective to make for a better work-life balance, and also with all the advantages this has had for the workforce for women, and also for very young children, to give them equal chances and opportunities. And now we've seen a great difference in terms of educational perseverance, and it starts with early education, because their entire scholastic path is determined at a young age, and this is wonderful. I'd also like to underscore the commitment, the devotion, and the passion of all of the educational workers for our young people who work in daycare services. So bravo. And we did even more in Quebec because when we established educational early learning services, the minister at the time accredited all women who offered home daycare services. They were accredited with a policy. They are all part of it. And it was a feminist and social movement because we contributed to what was the right to unionization and negotiation and bargaining. So Quebec, in terms of social policies and family policies such as early childhood learning, we also have parental systems and pay equity systems. So I could give you many measures that have shown that Quebec has made choices, societal choices, and social policies. They've made a difference in terms of us as a nation because they contribute economically and also help to reduce social inequality, and we're very proud of that. We have taken a lot of inspiration from Bill C-35. They've taken great examples from Quebec and better off for women and young children outside of Quebec. It's better for them if they can take inspiration from it. We have cited Quebec. I took place in missions where I heard women from other provinces outside of Quebec who talked about daycare services in their provinces. And after all this, the success of this program is not that the federal government has once again stepped into provincial jurisdiction in terms of education. Once again, we have interfered into provincial jurisdiction, but Quebec made a societal choice. Why count on Ottawa to have the same progress as other provinces? So the federal program may seek to create 200,000 daycare spots across the country. We have thousands in Quebec. It's about choices we make. We cannot ask Ottawa to step in to make choices that provinces don't make. We can't rely on Ottawa to implement these services. That is what I find unfortunate. I'm shocked, but it is St. Valentine's Day. I'm going to remain calm. But every time, and I could have talked about other programs as well. We'll get there. In Quebec, we have dental care. We have public pharmacare. We have anti-strike scab legislation in place. And in the meantime, the federal government continues, through its spending power, to implement policies that once again meddle into provincial jurisdiction. I'm fed up with this. We seem to forget that this is a federation and every province has its responsibilities and its jurisdiction. And while Ottawa continues to interfere, to plant its flag, and during this time, it's not taking care of its own business, of its own social and safety policies for Canadians. And I'll tell you what they are. In terms of healthcare transfers, while health is a priority and it is provincial jurisdiction, they impose conditions to funding, and this is serious. And in the meantime, we don't have leverage. And it's the same thing with respect to, well, the anti-strike scab legislation. They say they're going to table legislation that is anti-scab. But after 40 days of sitting at the House, since the last time we spoke about this, the bill did not return to the floor. The government, well, it has its own old age system security program, but it is showing discrimination, age-based discrimination, by granting an increase in OAS of 10% for those who are more than 65 years of age, and they give nothing for other age groups. So other legislation we've been waiting for 8 years, Mr. Speaker, is overall of the EI system. And that's also a federal jurisdiction. So rather than interfering in provincial jurisdiction and programs, while we make our own choices, take care of strengthening your own social programs. That's the message that we're sending. And Quebec, through all of its programs, is unique in North America on many aspects, and this is recognized. And I would say it's not perfect. We can do better. And the way to do so is to have full leverage and to be independent. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for her intervention. I enjoy working with her on HuMA. She's a very direct and honest person, and I enjoy her humor as well. My question to her would be around in regard to C-35, $10 a day childcare put forward by the Liberals and NDP. Does she think that it makes sense for the federal government to intervene in provincial jurisdiction? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. There will be agreements with provinces through Bill C-35. Sometimes people say you won't get there, but it's a choice perhaps you have to make. $10 a day daycare, and in Quebec it's under $10. When you establish early learning services, sometimes they contribute less, around $5, or sometimes $9, between $9 and $10. So that's the indexation principle. Sometimes there's only one price because for parents and children, it makes it more accessible. It's a public program. It's a public early learning service network. It will not be federal imposition in provincial programs. It will take will to establish these policies. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech today, and I enjoy working with her on the HuMA committee on many issues, including the OAS right now and the differentiation between seniors under 75 and seniors over 75. That, too, is a gender equality issue. I think I've spoken in this House many times that I was fortunate enough to be living in Quebec in 1998 when my first child went through childcare. It was $5 a day at that time. My second child, it was $7.50, and it allowed me to go back to school. And I say the reason that I'm standing in this House right now, Mr. Speaker, is because there was $5 a day daycare in Quebec. And I also want to raise my hands to the work that Quebec does around making sure families have access to free swimming lessons, free diving lessons, free synchronized swimming lessons, all kinds of opportunities for kids, a great place to raise a family. My question to my colleague is, you know, there's many provinces in this country that are not taking care of childcare, are not allowing women like myself to be in these roles, these elected roles, because they don't have access to childcare. Does she believe that this is a gender equity issue, and what should these provincial governments be doing to pick up the ball and make sure that women and people that look after children can have affordable childcare?
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you to my colleague. It's always a pleasure to work with her on something we have in common, which is gender equality and social justice and many of our social policy issues. I think it's very sad, and you're always welcome in Quebec. I just find it sad that other provinces haven't made those choices. What's sad is being forced to come to Ottawa to beg for jurisdictions that belong to the provinces. And we make choices in a progressive way, in a sensitive way. Quebec and each province takes its own path. It's a matter of choice, but it's sad to hear that elsewhere, probably, as I was saying, I would wish this for everyone, what we have in Quebec. I wish everyone had the kind of childcare that we have in Quebec and equality of opportunity for children. Maybe we're the starting point. Maybe other provinces will follow suit. But you really have to stand behind your social policy in order to move forward. Resuming debate.
Or just give the heads up that we will have to cut off at about 34, so we can go to private members' business. So just to alert the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre that I will be cutting her off at some point. The honourable member, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. There's too much talking going on. Sure. Well, I will be cutting the honourable member off at 34 because we're going to private members' business at that point. So just to make the honourable member aware that I'll be cutting her off at 34.
No problem. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise today in support of the Senate amendment, which the Senate adopted to clarify that funding for official language minority childcare would be delivered through bilateral agreements with provinces and Indigenous governing bodies. We know, and certainly in my meetings with different Francophone groups, that there's a severe shortage, in fact, of French language childcare serving Francophone communities outside of Quebec. And this is a potential charter issue. In fact, if you look at Section 23, minority language education is a right. It's also an amendment that Francophone organizations like the FCFA and the CNPF have been pushing for. And the government motion would concur with this amendment. So I'm very pleased to rise in support of it. And basically, the Senate amendment to C-35 merely breaks down Clause 8 funding commitments into two sections while adding an entitlement for official language minorities. It states that Bill C-35 be read a third time. If you go to 8.1, it says the Government of Canada commits to maintaining long-term funding for early learning and childcare programs and services, including early learning and childcare programs and services for Indigenous peoples, and adds, and for official language minority communities, a very critical amendment. So I look forward to supporting this amendment in the House along with my NDP colleagues. Now, we have a national childcare strategy, and I've mentioned very often in this House, I'm a very proud former early childhood educator. And I can tell you one of the reasons that I left the field was because the respect that kind of noble profession deserves certainly wasn't given. We have in Canada right now, stats are there's 300,000 individuals who are employed as childcare workers. Those stats were taken in 2019. Childcare workers are less likely than other workers to be unionized or covered by a collective agreement and less likely to have a permanent job. Childcare workers are 10 times more likely to be self-employed. And we know the province of Quebec has the highest number of child care workers relative to its employed population. A very old stat, but we know that certainly can say that Quebec is ahead of its time when it comes to providing early childhood education. A third of child care workers right now are immigrants or non-permanent residents. And we know that since COVID, the employment among childcare workers fell 21% between February 2020 and February 2021, compared to only 3% overall drop in other fields. And why is there a drop? Why is there a drop of people wanting to become early childhood educators? And we know that 82%, in fact, Mr. Speaker, of child care providers had difficulty hiring staff with the necessary qualifications. In Alberta, staff turnover was in fact 25%. And according to the ESDC data, the average wage for an ECE in Alberta was $18.50 in 2022. $18.50. ECEs need higher wages, benefits, personal leave, pensions. The median wage, in fact, is so low, $21,000 a year in 2022, up from $20,000 in 2021. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable that we are trying to lift off a national child care plan, and somehow early childhood educators are supposed to act as martyrs to the system who exploits and underpays them, noting that the majority, once again, come from BIPOC communities, primarily immigrants and non-permanent residents. I mean, these are fights, and I don't mean to age myself, but that we were fighting over 30 years ago. The same fights. When I saw the campaign in Manitoba fighting for $21,000 a year, it really was very apparent to me the level of exploitation that childcare workers currently have to endure. Yet the Liberal government calls itself a feminist government, yet a field that we know is primarily primarily employs women, that primarily employs immigrant and individuals with non-permanent residency, aren't even being paid a living wage. This isn't just a workers' issue. This is a gender issue. This is an equality issue. And we know that occupations that employ women, that are predominantly employ women, we know that they generally get paid less. This is an equity issue, Mr. Speaker. A third of licensed childcare workforce has no health benefits. Zero. You know, I decided to leave being an ECE, a job that I loved. I loved the little ones. I had them all lined up for the gym time. We would sing a song. We had a daily routine. I love these 2.5-year-olds who took such pride in their accomplishments every single day. Loving, tender, open. Such an honor to work with young minds that weren't tarnished yet by the world. Just eye-opening, so inspiring to me. But I left the field. I decided to become trained as a teacher. And I'll tell you why. Because by 21 years old, I knew that one day I wanted health care benefits. I knew that one day I wanted to earn more than minimum wage so that I could afford my rent at the time. Never mind the housing crisis we're in now and the fact that rents are high. At the time, I could barely afford to pay my bills. The current salaries for early childhood educators are not livable. And it's as a result of that, people are either discouraged to join the field or leave the field so that they can live in dignity. This federal government, if it's serious about making sure that this national childcare strategy gets off the ground, they need to put in place a worker strategy that includes ensuring that childcare workers get livable wages, that funding is dependent on livable wages for workers, health care benefits, pensions. Only then will we see a national child care strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give us questions and comments for 3 minutes. The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I really enjoy working with her on status of women. And you know, obviously, sometimes ideologically we don't see eye to eye. But I think what we do see eye to eye is helping empower women. And what she's saying about ECEs is the exact same thing that we're talking about when we say women-owned childcare facilities. Entrepreneur women who are specifically being targeted by the language of this bill. And we had a local woman talk about this in committee recently when we were studying economic empowerment, where women have always been fairly represented as owners and managers, and it's not only being undervalued by government, but targeted for replacement by a government-run system. That's a quote from Andrea Hannon, Association of Daycare Operators of Ontario. So my question to the member opposite is, does she support the Liberal $10 a day program plan to eliminate these women-owned businesses?
For Winnipeg Centre.
Like any business, I certainly am not against small business. I want to be very clear about that. However, I do believe that public monies need to be used for public, not-for-profit childcare. If somebody wants to have a business, I totally support that. But if we're going to use public money needs to go into public institutions that are regulated. And we know through research, especially when we're looking at a strategy for workers, in public not-for-profit care, workers are generally paid better than they are in private centers where the goal is to maximize profit. That's the realities of the business. But I thank my honourable colleague for her question.
Now we do have time for a quick exchange. We've got about a minute left. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her powerful speech yet again. My question, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague is, she had talked about the importance of a strong workforce strategy, and I'm wondering if she can share with us the benefits of a strong workforce strategy to the little ones that she was talking about, that she enjoyed working with so much. Thank you.
30 seconds, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, we know, this so-called feminist government, if they want to support women, then they have to do whatever they need to do to make sure women can work. We need a workforce strategy to recruit people. That includes money for training. That includes transfers that ensure that livable wages are paid. This is not just a gendered issue in terms of people that are working in it. It's also a gendered issue in terms of limiting women's ability to return to the workforce. It's a top issue. If we want to talk about affordability, women need the resources so that they can go and work. We are limited by the current national strategy because of a failure of this government to put in place a proper workforce strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Come, Ile Caesar.
It being 6:34, the House will now proceed to the study of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Private members' business, Bill C-234 in the name of Mr. Lobb. An act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. Consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments. Resuming debate.
The first up with the chair, the floor is free. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada's hard-working farmers produce safe and nutritious foods that we depend on to feed our communities. They are vital to our food security. And not only do our farmers feed Canadian families, they also help feed the world. But, Mr. Speaker, this carbon tax-obsessed Prime Minister and his Liberal government do not value the work that our farmers do day in and day out. You know, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister did value their work, his government would not be hell-bent on imposing a costly and punishing carbon tax on our farmers, threatening the viability of their farm businesses. My Conservative colleague, the member for Huron-Bruce, introduced what was a common-sense bill to remove the carbon tax for farm operations. The Parliamentary Budget Officer determined that this bill would save farmers $1 billion by 2030. That is $1 billion that the Liberals want to take from the bottom line of our farmers. Without the support of this Liberal government, C-234 did pass through this chamber onto the Senate. But now we find ourselves in this chamber considering a gutted bill that will not provide the relief that our farmers so desperately need. Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely shameful that the Prime Minister would use his appointed senators to delay and gut this bill C-234. This carbon tax-obsessed Prime Minister and his Environment Minister browbeated senators to bend to their ideological will. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? This is not how good public policy is developed. The removal of barns and greenhouses from the carbon tax exemption and the shortening of the sunset clause stops well short of what this bill was trying to achieve. And to be clear, there was no outcry for any of these amendments from farmers or farm organizations representing them. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Farmers and farm groups from across the spectrum of different commodities have been absolutely unified in their support for the quick passage of this bill in its original form, just as the premiers of Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Ontario also have been. Because, Mr. Speaker, they all understand how punishing the Liberal carbon tax is on Canadians and our Canadian farmers. It is also worth noting that the Senate amendments are not even new proposals. The Senate amendments mirror proposals that were already put forward in the House of Commons Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee by guess who? Liberal members of Parliament. And these amendments were rightly rejected. To reintroduce these rejected ideas through an unelected Senate undermines the will of the elected members in this House. This bill, in its original form, the valuable contributions that farmers across Canada are already making to protect the environment, Canada's farmers are deeply committed to being good stewards of this land. It has always actually been a cornerstone of farming practices, not only because their livelihoods depend on this, but because it's in their DNA to care for the work that they do. Canada's farmers are world leaders in sustainability and innovation. They are always looking to improve their productivity and to do more with less. And through technology and innovation, our farmers have already reduced their environmental impact, improved their efficiency, and are conserving water and soil. Mr. Speaker, there is so much to celebrate in Canadian agriculture. I would actually even argue that the Canadian government should be championing our farmers. Instead, this Liberal government is punishing them. Punishing our Canadian farmers with their costly carbon tax that does nothing to protect the environment. The Saskatchewan grain farmers have calculated that grain farmers in Saskatchewan can expect to lose 8% of their total net income to the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, that's around $8,000 to $10,000 on a 5,000-acre farm. The carbon tax bills of our farmers are also not small amounts, and they are certainly not offset by a rebate. They are paying thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to operate. And of course, we cannot forget that this Liberal government is not satisfied with the current rate of the carbon tax. They want to quadruple it, and that includes on our farmers and all Canadians. Their activist-driven agenda ignores all of the evidence that the carbon tax is fueling the affordability crisis in our country, that it is hurting those who can afford it the least the most, all while doing nothing, absolutely nothing, to bring emissions down. The April 1st carbon tax hike will squeeze Canadians even tighter. And it'll be an even bigger hit to the bottom line for our farmers. When the operating costs of farm businesses outpace their profits, we absolutely cannot expect that our farm businesses will stay operational. And, Mr. Speaker, that's a threat. That's a threat to food security in Canada, and frankly, no government should take that lightly. In fact, the fact is that millions of Canadians are already going hungry in our country because they cannot afford the basics of groceries. And, Mr. Speaker, that is shameful in a country like ours with an abundance of natural resources. But, Mr. Speaker, that is the legacy of this Liberal government and their carbon tax. Well, farmers do absorb a lot of cost. We've heard this before in this House. The reality is when you tax the farmer who grows the food, you tax the trucker who ships the food, and you tax the grocer who sells that food, it is only common sense that Canadians who buy that food are stuck with higher bills at the checkout. It is disgusting that this Liberal government wants to increase the cost of groceries during an affordability crisis. That when 2 million Canadians visited a food bank in a single month just last year. This Liberal government's solution is to increase the cost of food? And their NDP coalition partners are fully in support of the April 1st carbon tax hike. A carbon tax that disproportionately impacts our farmers and rural Canadians. And without the passage of Bill C-234 in its original form, it is a carbon tax that will make it impossible for our farmers to adopt innovative practices when they become available. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, if this Liberal government wants to tax our farm businesses to death, there are no funds left for them to invest in new, innovative, and sustainable practices. The reality is that their farm operations still require the use of natural gas and propane. It does not make sense to punish them for their reliance on these energy sources when there is no practical or appropriate alternative. Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked Canadian Agricultural Day. It was an opportunity to celebrate Canadian agriculture and to show our appreciation for our hard-working farmers and producers. But our farmers need more than platitudes and empty words from the Minister of Agriculture and this Liberal government. They need a government that recognizes and values the contributions that our farmers make to our Canadian food security, our global food security, our economy, and to the environment. Bill C-234 is an opportunity for every member of this House to put their appreciation for our Canadian farmers and farm families into practice. This bill, as amended by the Senate, undermines the entire purpose, and we must reject the harmful Senate amendments put forward by the so-called independent senators and stand up for our Canadian farmers and farm families. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge every farmer watching today to contact Liberal MPs, Bloc MPs, and tell them to reject this assault, this carbon tax assault on their farm families, farm businesses, and farm operations. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just before I begin, I'd like to wish my amazing wife, Kaylee, and our beautiful daughter, Maeve, a happy Valentine's Day. I love you both, and I cannot wait to see you and celebrate. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak from the heart a little bit on this one, being at Valentine's Day, but it's also something that's extremely close to my heart, because I have been involved in the efforts to eliminate the carbon tax on natural gas and propane for grain drying for many years, going back to Bill C-206 in the previous Parliament, working for the Grain Growers of Canada prior to this. This is a good piece of legislation. This should not be political. This is about fixing a policy that doesn't make sense, that simply punishes our farmers. Grain growers, when they have a wet year, have no choice but to store their grain at the appropriate moisture level. And the way that they do that is by drying it, and the only sources to do that are with propane or natural gas. Just as our livestock producers are forced to use those fuels to heat and cool their livestock operations for the welfare of those animals. This is a common sense carve-out that will leave money in the pockets of our farmers to reinvest in their own operations, to reinvest into their own communities, and also lower prices of food for Canadians. It amounts to $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's what the bill was intended to allow to be maintained in the pockets of our farmers. The amended version of this removes about $900 million of that because the Senate gutted it. And so just to go back through how we got to where we are, this was supported by parties across this chamber, even some Liberal MPs, but with the support of the Conservatives, the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, and even the Green Party members recognizing the importance of this legislation to Canadian producers and to Canadian consumers. We acknowledge that this carve-out made sense. Things got political, though. When it got to the Senate, of all places, that so-called chamber of so-called second thought had a whole bunch of political manipulation involved with it that caused absolute mayhem, and the fact that we are in no man's land here, with debate potentially never ending, thanks to this government and their intrusion into that so-called independent Senate. The reality is, after we got through the House, we went to the Senate. They tried to amend at the Senate committee the exact same amendments that were tried in this chamber, but the Liberals couldn't find a dancing partner here because all these other parties realized that this is good policy and only the Liberals stood in the way of it. But they had in their back pocket these so-called independent Liberal, not by name senators that they could manipulate. In fact, the Environment Minister even admitted that he called 6 of them. I asked what the names of those 6 senators were at our Environment Committee. He promised to get back. After 49 days, he came back with 3 names. I guess he forgot and guessed up how many senators he tried to corner into moving and passing amendments at the committee stage and at the broader Senate chamber to try to gut this bill. The Prime Minister's office and this radical environment minister who just loves carbon taxes put his entire credibility and career on the line, saying that he would resign if there was an additional carve-out for farmers, did everything he and his government could to force the Senate to gut this bill. And that's how we've arrived at where we are today. Now, this shouldn't be surprising from these Liberals. They are fully committed to a policy that is failing Canadians from coast to coast, this carbon tax scam that is raising the price of everything, making us all poorer, making us less competitive, and driving down profits for our farmers. And it's not surprising because this is the Liberal government that called all farmers and small business owners tax cheats. This is the one that voted against a common sense piece of legislation, Bill C-208, that would aid in the transfer of farms from one generation to the next within the family. This is the government that came up with a crazy idea of reducing the amount of fertilizer we use in this country by 30%, following the lead of Europe, a continent that has went from a net exporter of food to a net importer of food, that is reliant on other nations, in this case, terrible aggressors, namely Russia, on their energy. We are going down an awful path as it relates to our food and to our fuel in this country, so it should come as no surprise that this government stands opposed to such common sense legislation. Now, frankly, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal record on agriculture and rural issues it's horrendous. It's appalling. And frankly, that's part of the reason that I went from being an advocate, working on behalf of farmers as a representative of the industry, to wanting to put my name on a ballot and come here, thinking that I could do more from the inside to stand up for our rural communities and our farmers. And that is what I'm proudly doing today, and I will do every day for the rest of my time in this place.
Hear, hear.
Now, the government seems to think that they can rebrand the carbon tax or their rebate checks to people, and they're going to somehow change their mind about this. People know better. People know that this carbon tax is failing them in every facet of their life and simultaneously not reducing emissions. We've went from ranked 58th to 62nd in the world in terms of our environmental outcomes. We've gotten worse under this government, yet they stand by their failed policies that are making us all poorer. And for those Liberal MPs that don't have the opportunity to represent farmers and probably deny their meetings when asked to come and explain their situation, I'd encourage them to pick up the phone, to call a farmer. I'll provide a few phone numbers if you want. Because it'll be the best 5 minutes of your life when you get the chance to ask them what they think about this carbon tax. Better yet, ask them why they are paying a carbon tax on drying the grain, why they are drying grain, why they need temperature-controlled barns. And you should ask them what they think of the 5% GST that they pay on the carbon tax specifically. That revenue-neutral carbon tax that's just collected that extra 5% for the government because they need it here in Ottawa for their political pet projects more than our Canadian farmers do and more than our Canadian consumers paying higher prices at the grocery store do. They would also be able to tell the story to these MPs about the innovations, the strides that have been made by our producers across this country over the last number of decades. You wouldn't recognize a farm from a few decades ago. From the improvements in seed genetics and livestock genetics, from the vast improvements in equipment and machinery, from tractors and combines, the data collection, the focus on increased yields while reducing emissions. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have doubled our production in this country since 1997 while having our emissions stay the same. That's what we should be looking at. The emissions intensity of our production in this country is something we should be proud of. We are better than other countries around the world at growing food, and it's something we should be standing up for. We should be taking down barriers and roadblocks. We should be enabling trade. We should be enabling our producers to sell their product around the world at profits to reinvest in their own operations and into their own communities. Instead, we focus on anti-competitive measures that pushes businesses south of the border, that makes it harder for farmers to make a living in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, our farmers of all types are the true conservationists. They're the ones on the ground. They're the ones focused on making sure that their land is better off when they leave it than how they found it. Because it makes sense. It's common sense for them to make sure that they can maximize the production on their land. And you know what? This land is passed down from generation to generation, and they are proud of it and they want to protect it. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, there is no good reason to support this gutted bill. The farmers know that. Every member in this House absolutely should know that. It shouldn't be about politics. It shouldn't be about the Liberals deciding that 3% of Canadians should get a break on their home heating oil for the carbon tax, while our farmers, they have to pay more because of their own political hides being on the line. This is good legislation as drafted, unamended, to save farmers $1 billion. I urge all of my colleagues from all political stripes, listen to our farmers, listen to the organizations that represent them, do the right thing, pass this bill without the Senate amendments, immediately back to the Senate, where they should do the right thing and pass this legislation as the will of Parliament has asked them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great speech. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to stand in this place and defend and work hard for the people of Battle River Crowfoot, and specifically tonight in terms of the hard-working farmers, both from East Central Alberta, but also those from coast to coast. But, Mr. Speaker, I would be amiss, being that it is Valentine's Day, if I didn't say a very, very happy Valentine's Day to my sweetheart, Danielle. I'm not sure that she's watching, but I love you, darling, and I hope that you and those three boys are able to enjoy Valentine's Day back in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about Bill C-234, a common-sense conservative bill that would eliminate the carbon tax for many of the essential aspects of the work that our hard-working farmers and ranchers from coast to coast pay for, that ultimately drive up the price of their operations. But, Mr. Speaker, what's really unfortunate in this entire process is, I think, and this is where I think the Liberals lose the plot. And I'm honored to not only be the fifth generation on my family farm in Alberta special areas, but know so many, whether that's classmates, whether that's people I've got to know since getting elected, whether that's those from across the country. And I want to reference specifically a young lady named Maddie from Saskatchewan. Her story is an incredible one, Mr. Speaker, because this young lady when she is, I believe she's 12 years old now. Started, she was asked a question during a test in school about whether farming was bad for the environment. And she told this story recently in an interview in New York, where she told the interviewer that she knew that the teacher expected the answer. It was a true or false question. She knew the teacher expected the answer to be true. So she marked that but put a frowny face beside the answer. So as Maddie describes, I believe she was 8 years old at the time. It was that inspired her and her parents. And I've chatted with Maddie and I've chatted with her mom, and she's had the opportunity to speak to the minister, the previous Minister of Agriculture, and I believe the current Minister of Agriculture has been able to advocate for farmers across the country and now even around the world. But she knew that it was essential to get the message out about the value, the ability, and the solutions that Canadian agriculture brings. But where the Liberals lose the plot is summed up in a bumper sticker, actually. Now, I know that the Liberals hate when we use slogans, but this isn't something that I created. This is something that I've seen on bumper stickers and back windows of many trucks and minivans and tractors across my constituency. And it's the quote, "No farmers, no food. No farmers, no food." Mr. Speaker, the reason why I say that is because no farmers, N-O, no food, N-O. No farmers, K-N-O-W, no food, K-N-O-W. And the reason why I bring that up, Mr. Speaker, is because it is where the Liberals have lost the plot here. They are blaming the very people, they are punishing the very people that are able to solve the problem that our country faces. I received an email just the other day from a local food bank operator in Flagstaff County. And Lynn, she told me that I could share this story. She shared how tragic it was that there's a number of instances where when individuals come into the food bank, they are lying about the number of people in their homes and where they live. Now, one would ask, well, that's not good. It's never good to lie, right? We're taught that. It's never good to lie. But one has to ask, why are they lying? It's because they're hungry. These people, these families are hungry. So in some cases, they are so hungry that they have no choice but to go from food bank to food bank in order to be able to feed themselves. Now, where the Liberals have lost the plot here, Mr. Speaker, is that they blame farmers and believe that punishing them and all Canadians is the solution to somehow helping those individuals that are, in some cases, Mr. Speaker, starving, like Lynn shared with me here just the other day. Instead, the solution is so very simple. If you reduce costs for those who produce the food, and like I mentioned the other day in this place, at every step of the food supply chain, you can reduce ultimately the price of food for Canadians. And that is where we're at here, Mr. Speaker. We have a simple, common sense solution. We can get Bill C-234 across the finish line as it was intended to be and allow farmers to get to work so that they can reduce the price of food so that Canadians can afford to eat. But here's the problem. We saw unprecedented political manipulation by that Prime Minister and those Liberals, and that the criminal socialist activists of excuse of an environment minister that we have. Manipulation at an unprecedented scale, showcasing, quite frankly, how the so-called independent Senate is anything but. They saw their carbon pricing scheme, which is now admittedly a failure. In fact, even just today, they announced that they're rebranding it. It is so misunderstood. They don't even trace the emissions that it's reduced because they can't see that it has even helped the environment in this country. Can you imagine an environmental platform that doesn't help the environment? What kind of absurdity is this? But Mr. Speaker, we see that the Liberals saw that their carbon tax scheme was falling apart, that the scam was being seen for what it truly is, a scam. So the Liberals put on the full court press and pushed the Senate to pass a number of amendments that gut the bill, that would have been common sense relief to farmers, that could have got to work at lowering the price of food for all Canadians. But instead, they played politics with the hungry stomachs of Canadians. That's the sad reality. And as a result, we are seeing the consequences of that. Mr. Speaker, here's the deal. Here's the simple fact of the matter. If the coalition that is ruling this country would agree to pass Bill C-234 unamended, we could get to work. We could see that amended. So for all the farmers and producers watching, the question is simple. Reach out to your Liberal NDP bloc member of Parliament. Tell them it's time to do the common sense thing, to pass Bill C-234 unamended so that we can provide that such needed relief for farmers so that they can truly do what is required to ultimately lower the price of food for Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've heard from all parties, I believe, that this week included Canadian Agriculture Day. Now, what's interesting is that there's only one party in this country that truly stands for our hardworking farmers and ranchers, and that's the Conservative Party. But here is the offer that I would make to every other, as a farmer, as a parliamentarian, as somebody who cares deeply about the agricultural sector, and as somebody who cares deeply about the hunger crisis that has been caused by these Liberals and that failed carbon tax and the inflation and all the dynamics that are leading to that. Let's get to work at passing this bill. We can show Canadians this thing called leadership. But my fear, Mr. Speaker, is that that Prime Minister and the leader of the NDP, who is just as weak and it seems just as corrupt because he's certainly propping up the corruption of those Liberals, and the Bloc Québécois, who seem clueless in the area of how they are impacted by this carbon tax and the national mechanisms associated with it and the national impacts associated with it, Mr. Speaker. Let's pass Bill C-234 in its original form and demonstrate to Canadians that common sense still exists in this country. For the thousands of farmers that I represent that depend on common sense for their daily operations, and I know I see a number of rural MPs. In fact, I think everybody here that seems to be left in this debate represents at least part of a rural constituency. Mr. Speaker, common sense rules on the farm, rules in rural Canada. So let's see that common sense rules in this place so that we can bring home lower food prices for Canadians. So the question is simple. Will those other parties pass Bill C-234 to bring home lower prices and axe the tax? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue avec l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Speaker, glad to catch your eye at this late hour. I know you've been waiting for me to say that for a while now. On C-234, the Senate amendments from that other place that have drastically changed the contents of the bill. The original bill that this House passed, with support from multiple parties, I will add, was basically going to reduce the tax bill on farmers by about $1 billion. Now, that $1 billion of savings was going to be passed on to my constituents, whose greatest relationship with farmers is when they go to the grocery store to buy Canadian produce, to buy Canadian goods that they need to eat, were going to be cheaper. And now they won't be cheaper, because the government seems intent on making sure that the amendments that the government engineered on these so-called independent Liberal senators are now being reflected in a bill that removes barns, greenhouses, and changes the original sunset clause. But this is pretty typical of the government's actions. They do by stealth what should be done in public transparently, is that they should own the changes they're making to the legislation, and they don't want to do that. Because I would be embarrassed as well if I was trying to take out of the mouths of people all over the country, and we've seen food banks report record high amounts of Canadians going to the food bank to feed their families. This bill is intended to lower the costs of groceries. So for all of those in the riding of a Calgary Shepherd who are going to be watching this, this bill would lower your bills. This bill will lower your grocery bill. This bill will lower those Costco bills. When you go to East Hills, you go to Heritage Costco, or you go to the Okotoks Costco, which many of the people in my riding do, because it's actually closer than most of the other Costcos and grocery stores in my area. But the Liberals seem to be fully intent on making sure that the carbon tax has the maximum impact on the monthly budget of my constituents, for the worse, not for the better. Because all of these farmers don't get a rebate of any sort to offset some of the costs. And this is where the economic damage that the parliamentary budget officer calculated, that when you calculate the damage done to the economy and then you offset with the rebates, everybody in Alberta is going to be worse off, or is worse off as of now in our province because of the carbon tax. Not a single farmer is getting a rebate for any of their farm operations. This bill won't address that, but it would at least relieve some of the pain that they're feeling. And some of these farmers get $1,000 bills per month extra, tens of thousands of dollars bills per month extra. It depends on the particular farm operation. But what we know is the vast majority of them are making goods and produce and food that people in Canada are going to eat. And it's going to be more expensive unless it passes without these terrible Senate amendments. We've heard from other members say that the environment minister made phone calls to senators. The prime minister in media reports was reaching out to these so-called independent Liberal senators to get them to amend the bill and force it back to the House, and delaying lower grocery prices in our stores. After 8 long years, people in my riding just can't afford it anymore. No. They can't afford the Prime Minister's carbon tax. No. The rebate's not helping in any way, shape, or form. We know from the parliamentary budget officer, like I said, bills are up, they're higher, and it is doing damage to the economy. The Liberals seem to think, and this is, I do have a Yiddish proverb, I did prepare for this, that he that cannot pay should learn to pray. And that's essentially what they're saying to everybody in my riding and to every single farmer out there who now is going to be struggling to figure out how can they make their farm operation profitable for another year? How can they keep it running to be able to pass it on to their kids for the next generation? And is it even worth it? Countless members of this House have given examples of farmers who are set to give up. They just don't see how they can make their farm operation work with these crushing bills that continue to get higher. So I hope everybody's learning how to pray, because that government, that's essentially the message they're sending to all of them. They just don't care. They're fine to leave $1 billion bill on the back of farmers and just expect them to pass it on to consumers, and consumers will do the logical thing when they can't afford food. They're going to buy less food, and then they're going to go to the food banks to make up for the difference, because you have to eat. It's a necessity. You just have to do it. So that's what's going to happen. And they seem to be fine with that on that side of the House. And I thought there had been consensus that the original version of C-234 was the right bill, and this House had told the Senate we wanted it in a particular format. And on spending and tax matters, it is not up to the Senate to tell us, the representatives of the people, elected every 4 to 5 years, depending when the federal election comes, to then be told that no, you don't get a credit, you don't get a tax relief, you don't get spending measures that you want. That is not the Senate's job. Their job, when it comes to bills like this, reduction of costs on taxes, on tax credit, especially getting rid of the carbon tax, they should get out of the way. This House should vote down these Senate amendments. We should go back to the original version of C-234, and the Senate should pass it expeditiously. I have not had a single constituent of mine tell me that they think it's a great idea to keep paying high grocery bills. Nobody has told me that the bill C-234 should have serious amendments to eliminate things like barn heating, to eliminate greenhouses in it. They also would question, and many members, many residents in my riding have questioned things like, why is it that home heating oil in Eastern Canada gets a discount, but people in my riding who heat with natural gas don't get a discount on their natural gas bills and the really high carbon tax bills that they get? But they see this politicization and the temporary nature of the heating oil suspension of the carbon tax, which is now very similar to what's going to happen with these Senate amendments in C-234. In 3 years, it would go back up. So even if this passes with it, in 3 years, what happens in 3 years? All right, there could be a federal election by then. This is essentially the same game that the government is playing, but it's using its so-called independent Liberal senators to get through this difficult period. And we see it in the polls. I see the polls too. You know, I don't pay attention to them very closely. The only ones that matter are those on voting day. But I know that they're probably panicking. They're about 19 points behind, 16 points behind, depending on the ones you look at. You know, farmers, people in my riding, there's a great Yiddish word for it. It's called verharget. Verharget. They're exhausted. It's a way to say exhausted and worn out. And they are worn out by this debate on the carbon tax. It's obvious it is causing damage throughout the economy, and it's raised the prices of basic goods and necessities. And they are verharget. They're tired of having this debate continue when we know that people want the tax to be axed. They want the carbon tax to go away in full. The Liberal government refuses to do that. I invite them to call a federal election. Let's have one right now. We'll call it the Axe the Tax election. And Canadians can make up their minds. They can decide which side is correct. Do you want high grocery prices or do you not? Now, in the meantime, what we should do is get rid of these Senate amendments, send it back to the other place, and have them pass the original bill. It's a tax and spending measure. Constitutionally, they have no right to be doing this. For everybody back home in my riding of Calgary-Shepherd and throughout Calgary, and I have a lot of ranchers and farmers who actually choose to retire into my riding. It's an affordable place to live compared to some of the other places in Alberta and some of the other places throughout Canada. They choose to retire into my riding. A lot of the condos are actually filled with farmers who retire to be closer to their families. Their farm operations continue. Their kids, their daughters, their sons continue them. But they've chosen to retire somewhere small. They like to travel. They've earned it. After 30 to 40 years farming or ranching, they've earned a little bit of rest. So to all of them, they should start calling senators. They should start calling members of parliament. They don't have to call me. I'm already convinced. I'm good. I will vote the way my constituents want me to vote. But they should be calling Liberal members of parliament in Alberta, NDP members of parliament in Alberta, and they should let their views be known politely, but they should still let be known. And they should call their friends to call those MPs. They should tell their co-workers to call their MPs, call their suppliers to call those MPs, and call those senators to pass this bill without the Senate amendments, return it to original version. Taxpayers, Canadian voters, farmers deserve $1 billion break on their bills at the end of the month on their groceries. Grocery prices will come down thanks to bills like this, like C-234, and it has to happen because, Speaker, like I've said, target. It's an exhausting debate for my constituents to keep having to convince Liberal MPs and those others in our coalition, NDP, that this will lead to lower grocery prices and a carbon tax has been punishing on them for years now. So, Speaker, I hope members on the other side will see the righteousness of the cause. Hopefully they'll pray on it too, and will vote down these Senate amendments. Thank you, Speaker.
Hear, hear. Good speech. Well
Continuing debate with the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's really unfortunate that we're here tonight debating what is effectively a gutted bill C-234. And just to remind everyone at home, what this bill would have done is it would have provided $1 billion worth of relief to farmers in this country by exempting them on the carbon tax. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, and you may recall this, that this bill passed through this House with all of the opposition parties voting for it. There were 5 Liberal members that voted for it, but the rest of the Liberal caucus voted against it. And it's unbelievable that they would actually vote against carbon tax relief for Canadian farmers and farm families who produce and create so much food security in this country. And I think it was, frankly, an embarrassment to see this go on during that time. But the worst part about it was it went through this House, as I mentioned, it passed, it went to committee. The Liberal members of that committee tried to move amendments in committee that were rejected by the majority of the opposition parties, and it ended up at the Senate. The Senate then, as a result of coercion and some would say bullying tactics by the radical extremist environmental minister and the Prime Minister, by media accounts, really strong-armed so-called independent senators, those that have been appointed by the Prime Minister to reintroduce these amendments back into the bill, and this is what we're dealing with today. $1 billion worth of relief has been lost on Canadian farmers. And Mr. Speaker, I know you've heard this many times, but when you tax the farmer who grows the food, you tax the transporter that transports the food, it's eventually the end consumer that ends up paying the cost. And that's what's happening in this case, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you about Barrie Innisfil. I am so fortunate to represent a riding that is a mix of urban and rural. And I would argue it's probably about 60-40, that split. But we have farmers in Innisfil who are some of the best environmentally sustainable farmers, I would argue, if not across this country, but around this world. Horodinsky Farms, largest onion farmer in the country. Boris Horodinsky, who comes from Ukrainian descent, uses the most influential technology that you can find, drone technology, making sure that his land is sustainable. Kell Farms, one of the largest privately held farms in all of Ontario. We have Wardlaw Farms. We have Berryview Farms. We have Hewitt Creek Farm, Mr. Speaker. We have some other producers who are greenhouse producers like Lakeview Gardens and Bradford Greenhouses. Every single one of those farms that I represent in Barrie Innisfil will be paying more because of what the Senate has done to this bill, complicit by this government. Yep. And it's a shame, Mr. Speaker, because one of the things that we need to focus on coming out of COVID, it should be the #1 priority in this country, in addition to energy security, is food security. Making sure that our producers are producing enough food so that we're not dependent on other aspects of the world, other despot nations for food, or other big countries, bigger countries than Canada, Mr. Speaker. And so this food security being threatened, and those farms that I described before, like ISIS Farms, for example, which is a chicken farmer in my riding, these are multi-generational farms. And the more that these costs increase on these farms and farm families, the more at risk they're going to be in providing that food security for our nation. And the risk will come from industrialized farms, big conglomerates. We have a couple of them here in Canada, but there are those farms globally. What happens when these farms don't exist in this country? What happens when these farm families are put at risk as a result of an ideological attack by this government by imposing and implementing the carbon tax? It puts all of our food security at risk, not to mention the fact that it increases costs, Mr. Speaker. And I know many of the speakers before me have talked about that. I'll give you an example. Like today, I was thinking about this as I was preparing for this discussion tonight. Earlier today, I had what every Canadian has had. Many probably had it for lunch today. I had a Clubhouse sandwich, and I looked at the ingredients of that Clubhouse sandwich. I looked at the whole wheat bread that I had. I'm trying to eat healthy, Mr. Speaker. The tomatoes that were in there, the bacon that came from the pigs that are being heated in those barns that are now going to cost more, the lettuce that's grown in those greenhouses that's going to cost more as a result of paying for the heat of those greenhouses. Mr. Speaker, all of those costs are going to be added on as a result of what will be an extra $910 million, excuse me, that it's going to cost these farmers as a result of these Senate amendments that have come back to this place. And it's going to cost every Canadian family at a time when food insecurity is at its greatest, when we're hearing that 2 million people are going to a food bank every month in this country because they can't afford the cost of groceries, when seniors are walking in to the Stroud IGA or the Zares on Big Bay Point and they're looking at this food and they're looking at the price and they're putting it back because they can't eat it, this government and its complicit senators are putting at risk that food security. They're putting at risk the ability of Canadians to be able to afford food. And as I said at the onset, this is not a controversial bill. Mr. Speaker, we've seen in Atlantic Canada a carve-out because it was politically expedient for this government to carve out the carbon tax and allow an exemption because they were feeling the political heat of the cost of the carbon tax in Atlantic Canada. And so what the member from Huron-Bruce did by proposing this bill was to provide that relief for those farmers who are producing our food and producing food security, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think it's too much to ask. And this is why we're here tonight, to talk to the government, to talk to the other opposition parties, and to tell them to support the bill in its original form, particularly the opposition parties, because they did when it was brought to this place. And when it went to committee, they voted against those amendments. That's all we're asking for, to be able to provide that relief to Canadian farmers and Canadian farm families. Now, Mr. Speaker, the other aspect of this that really is concerning, I have a restaurant in my riding that I recently spoke to. He sent me his gas bill. And in particular, he noted what the federal carbon charge was on that gas bill. And without giving the name, they sell chickens. They sell a lot of chickens. The federal carbon charge on that bill was $1,413 for 1 month. 1 month. Now let's assume he works off of 10% margins. He would have to sell another $14,000 worth of chickens.
Plus HST.
Plus HST, as I'm reminded by our agriculture critic, just in order to pay for the cost of the carbon tax. Now, as I mentioned to you before, we've got ISIS Farms, Chicken Farmer. There are large chicken operations, particularly in southwestern Ontario. Every single one of those producers will be paying the carbon tax as a result of the fact that this bill has been gutted in the Senate. And so that's going to increase costs, not just to those restaurants, but every single family in this country who is thinking about buying chicken, who is thinking about buying fruits, thinking about buying vegetables, anything that's grown or heated in this country, they'll be paying the price for. And that's all the member from Huron-Bruce was trying to avoid in this bill. To give some relief to the farmers so that the consumers can get some relief at a time when we need relief. And Mr. Speaker, this is not going to stop. This is a radical, ideologically left-leaning activist government who believes that the carbon tax is the solution to fighting climate change. It's going to go up 4 times by the time they're done. 4 times. People are going to be paying 4 times more. Producers are going to be paying 4 times more, Mr. Speaker. And so I stand here tonight, not just for those farms and farm families, but for every single person that I represent in Barrie Innisfil, to fight to make life more affordable to them. And before I stop, Mr. Speaker, I do want to wish my wife, Leanne, a very happy Valentine's Day. Thank you.
Well, the worst part is making me look bad that I'm not wishing my wife, Anne, a very happy Valentine's Day as we are all here in Ottawa doing our business. I know. Yes. Continuing debate, l'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to start off by wishing my wife, Jeanette, and my children a happy Valentine's Day, including the eldest, my daughter, Geneviève, whose birthday it is today. So happy Valentine's Day. You know, I'm always pleased to rise here in this place, and I'd like to thank the people of Beauce for giving me the privilege of representing them here for the past 4 years. Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple topic tonight. As my colleagues before me explained, Bill C-234, which was passed here in the House of Commons by a majority, went to the Senate and came back with an amendment. And the amendment basically Well, when you talk like a farmer, which I was for more than 50 years, this doesn't make me any younger. It kind of dates me, but heating buildings is a significant issue. Heating barns in my region particularly. Last week, I was speaking with former farmer colleagues of mine. They're pork producers. And in Beauce last year, in December of 2023, pork processing plant was shuttered and 992 people were laid off on December 22nd of last year. So that was had a serious impact for pork and chicken producers in our area. This whole issue that is covered by C-234 is very important. So an exemption for heating. My bloc colleagues may disagree with me, but I would encourage them to visit their ridings and talk to pork producers and poultry producers, and they'll see on their bills how much tax they're paying to heat their buildings with propane, because we don't produce propane in Quebec. We have to buy it from outside Quebec, and so there's a huge impact on farmers. Currently, under this Liberal government, the price of production has skyrocketed because of the carbon tax, which we've been talking about for months. And it seems the other side doesn't understand the impact this is having on farmers and agriculture. They're having trouble, farmers are having trouble making ends meet and getting the supplies they need. Everything's gone up in price, whether it's fertilizer or the tax on that fertilizer. About a year and a half ago, that went up and affected all producers. And every time, more and more burden is added to farmers. And I have a hard time understanding why people here in this place don't seem to get it. Farmers are there to feed us, to feed the planet. I'm a fourth-generation farmer on our family farm. And when I think about my grandfather and my great-grandfather, I really don't think they were trying to destroy the planet. I think they were farming to try to feed people and to feed a growing population. And we have fewer and fewer farmers, so perhaps it's high time this Parliament thought about what it's doing and do a better job of supporting our farmers. Farmers have to work with the elements and with things that are beyond their control. And we do have a bit of control over taxes. So all they're asking for is to be exempted from the carbon tax on propane and natural gas used for heating and for buildings. Because we're talking about heating buildings, but we're also talking about greenhouse production, where people use propane there too, for fruits and vegetables, for meat, be it pork or poultry. And this is things that people eat every day. We're talking about when you look at the menu in almost any restaurant, there's pretty much chicken on any menu and pork. And so I think we need to think about supporting our producers. From that angle, they exist to feed the planet and to feed Canada first and foremost, because on a number of occasions at committee, it's been made clear that agriculture is a very important economic driver. Often, all too often, unfortunately, it's underestimated and neglected. And we should use Canada with the wealth we can bring to agriculture and the diversity, whether you're in Atlantic Canada, Quebec, Ontario, or the Western provinces, or BC. Each jurisdiction makes its own significant contribution to agriculture and to feeding the country. What makes me sad is to see that there's been a serious increase in costs for the various inputs, as I mentioned earlier, but also in terms of food banks, there's been a huge increase in users, over 30% in the BOS in the last 6 months. And should we accept that? Is that something that we should view as just normal? No. We should be working hard to make food prices affordable. And one of the quickest ways to do that, to help people have lower prices for food, would be to help farmers with their costs, the cost of their inputs. So that would be a very important step to take. And the message I'd like to send out to all my colleagues here in the House of Commons is that, yes, an amendment was proposed by the Senate. What we're asking the House to do here, because this bill was passed, we wanted to resume the form it was in when it left this place, including the exemptions that were provided for. So I implore my colleagues and I encourage them and I encourage farmers all across Canada to contact their members of Parliament and make them aware of how important this bill is, how relevant it is, how important it is for this bill to take its original form to come back to what it was, and that there be an exemption of the for heating, fuel for heating, for natural gas and propane should be exempt from the carbon tax. And currently, there is no substitute for those two fuels, and in 3 years, we'll still be in the same boat. So let's bring this bill back to the way it was and exempt natural gas and propane for at least the next 8 years, not 3, but 8 years. So I would encourage my colleagues to pay close attention to the importance of supporting Canadian agriculture. We just spent some time on this issue, but here's a very simple step that could be taken here in this place, and that is to vote in favor of the amendment put forward by my colleagues so that this bill could resume be restored to its original form, because otherwise it's Groundhog Day all over again, Mr. Speaker. This bill, if it goes back to the Senate, it's going to be playing ping pong with the Senate. And we think this bill will help agriculture, Mr. Speaker. And I'll stop there. I implore my colleagues from all parties to think about agriculture, think about our farmers who are working hard every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The time provided for the study of private members' business is now up, and the order falls to the bottom of the order paper.
A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, I rose to press the Prime Minister on placing an embargo on military exports to Israel. And tonight I rise again as the situation has only become more dire. To restate where we are at, since October 7th, over 28,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, including at least 10,000 children. As the siege has continued, back in January, the International Court of Justice published a decision calling on the State of Israel to take 6 steps to prevent genocide in its siege on Gaza. Now, Canada is a signatory to the Genocide Convention, and so we are bound by this ICJ decision. In the meantime, Canada has continued to export military equipment to the State of Israel. When I first asked the question, I shared that in the most recent year we have records for, 2022, Canada permitted sales of more than $20 million of military equipment to Israel, which followed a record high of $26 million in 2021. In the time since, though, an access to information and privacy request by the Maple to Global Affairs has revealed that this government has authorized at least $28.5 million of new permits for military exports to Israel during the first 2 months of this siege on Gaza. Now, various ministers have denied in the media that this is the case. So I wonder if it might be the wording that they're speaking about. As an example, Israel has used F-35 fighter jets in its bombing of Gaza. And Project Plowshares on January 28th warned that some Canadian-made military components, including those found in F-35, are first shipped to the U.S. and then ultimately supplied to the Israeli military. They are destined for Israel all the same, even if through other countries. Now, we have our own laws that forbid these permits. Section 7.3 of our own Export and Import Permits Act forbids these sales if there's a substantial risk they could be used to violate international, humanitarian, or human rights law, or for serious acts of violence against women and children. In light of this, last month, a coalition of legal advocates warned that it may bring a legal challenge against the federal government if it failed to halt military sales to Israel. And last week, a coalition of civil society organizations, including Human Rights Watch, Independent Jewish Voices Canada, Mennonite Central Committee Canada, and the United Church of Canada, called on this government to stop military exports to Israel, warning that, quote, there is substantial concern that some of these weapons could be enabling Israel's operation in Gaza. As we speak tonight, Netanyahu has vowed an offensive in Rafah, the last refuge for displaced Palestinians in southern Gaza. A WHO rep for Gaza and the West Bank said an assault on Rafah would be, quote, an unfathomable catastrophe and would even further expand the humanitarian disaster beyond imagination. In the midst of all this, Canada must be clear. Greens have called for this government to unequivocally call for a lasting ceasefire, for a release of all hostages, for funding to be renewed to UNRWA, and for an end to all permitting of military equipment destined for Israel. So I ask again tonight, at a time when we know Canada has permitted more than $28 million of military equipment destined for Israel in recent months, when the ICJ has ordered Israel to take steps to prevent genocide, when our own laws forbid these sales if the equipment could be used to break international law, will this government put in place an embargo on military exports destined for Israel?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for his question. The violence must stop. We share an immense grief for the tragic loss of civilian life. The horrific attacks by Hamas against Israeli civilians still shock us all. Canada unequivocally condemns their terrorist actions. What has been happening in Gaza is absolutely dire. The images we are now seeing from Rafah are deeply concerning, and a military operation in Rafah is devastating for Palestinian civilians as well as foreign nationals who are seeking refuge. They have nowhere else to go, and as the minister has said, asking them to move again is unacceptable. We've also said the price of defeating Hamas cannot be the continued suffering of all Palestinian civilians. We continue to support the urgent efforts for a sustainable ceasefire. This cannot be one-sided. Hamas must release all hostages and lay down its arms, and humanitarian access must urgently be increased and sustained. I also want to reassure all Canadians that we are in regular and close contact with our allies and partners in the region, including Israel, Egypt, and Qatar. In fact, today Canada welcomes His Majesty King Abdullah II of Jordan. During the visit, peace and security in the Middle East will be an important topic of discussion, including the urgent delivery of rapid, unimpeded humanitarian relief for civilians in Gaza, support for a sustainable ceasefire, and the path towards lasting peace in the region. Canada continues to believe in a two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace and security. When it comes to the ICJ, Canada was a founding voice and remains a strong proponent of the court's independence. We support their critical role in the peaceful settlements of disputes and their work in upholding the international rules-based order. Orders of the ICJ are binding on all parties, and they must comply with them. It is for the ICJ to make a final decision on the case, and we continue to follow the case very closely. As for export permits to Israel, it's important to understand what we're talking about here. There's a wide range of items that require an export permit. These include items such as telecom equipment, decontamination equipment, protective equipment, and imaging equipment, military parts and components. There's also a wide range of end users, including academic institutions and small businesses. When we look at permits for export to Israel in particular, in recent years our government has not received and therefore has not approved any export permits for weapons. No permits for bombs, rockets, missiles, explosive devices. The permits issued since October 7th, and in fact all permits that are currently open are for non-lethal equipment. We will reiterate that there are no current permits to export weapons or ammunition. Canada has a very robust export control system. We are a state party to the UN Arms Trade Treaty and take that responsibility very seriously. The government has been consistent and diligent in the way decisions are being made on export permits, and we will continue to be. That policy has not changed.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Parliamentary Secretary knows, there is no agreed-upon definition of the term non-lethal equipment. But what I can share is what Global Affairs shared with the Maple on their ATIP request. During the first 2 months of the war on Gaza, GAC issued permits worth a total of $18.4 million that covered military items categorized as electronic equipment, $9.2 million more for aircraft, lighter-than-air aircraft. The list goes on. And so if we can have a reasonable conversation to be clear that these are the permits that GAC has made clear have been issued, if that is the case, and it is the case, in light of the ICJ decision, in light of our own Export and Import Permit Act, when will this government, along with other important calls that they have made, as has been shared this evening, when will they end all permits of military equipment to the State of Israel?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maintaining international peace and security are priority objectives of Canada's foreign policy. Civilians must be protected and international law must be respected. Canada has one of the most rigorous export control systems in the world, and it's harmonized with those of our allies and partners. And when we look at permits for Israel in particular, let's be clear. In recent years, our government has not received and therefore not approved any export permits for weapons. The permits issued since October 7th, and in fact, all permits that are currently open are for non-lethal weapons. And I will repeat our calls for a sustainable ceasefire, for more aid to get into Gaza, and for all hostages to be released. We remain committed to a two-state solution with a Palestinian state living side by side for Israel, and we firmly stand with the Israeli and Palestinian people in the right to live in peace, security, dignity, and without fear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Environment Minister stated that the Liberal government does not measure the annual emissions directly reduced from the carbon tax. And then the minister said the government does measure this. It can't be both. So how many emissions were directly reduced from the carbon tax in 2023? Not the projection, not the estimate, just the result.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians know that climate change is an urgent threat that requires significant, decisive action. In recent years, climate change has had unprecedented effects on Canadians and people globally. Impacts from climate change are wide-ranging, affecting our homes, cost of living, infrastructure, health and safety, and economic activity in communities across Canada and around the world. The federal approach to carbon pricing is designed with affordability in mind. We know it is not enough to create a cleaner economy. We have to make sure that Canadians can afford it. Where federal fuel charge proceeds are returned directly to households, 8 out of 10 families actually get more back through the Canada carbon rebate than they pay, meaning that this system is helping the cost of living for a majority of Canadian families. Let's not be nearsighted. Climate change is a global challenge and the costs of action are high. As the IPCC made clear last year, climate change is an urgent threat that requires significant, decisive actions. Canadians want climate action and the government owes it to them to be responsible and use policies that we know are the most efficient and cost-effective. Our approach ensures that Canadians are well placed to benefit from the opportunities created by the global transition underway.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Neepawa.
Well, Mr. Speaker, government didn't answer my question. I'm not asking about projections. I didn't even mention anything about this. Didn't mention anything about percentages. I'm not asking about estimates, and totally didn't even answer my question. So I'm asking about results. So my question is very, very simple. How many emissions were directly reduced from the carbon tax in 2023?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Carbon pricing is an effective and essential part of any serious response to the global challenge of climate change. Carbon pricing works by putting a cost on the thing we don't want, which is greenhouse gas emissions, and adding value to the things we do want: clean air, reliable, affordable, clean energy, and sustainable jobs. The federal approach to pricing carbon pollution is designed with a focus on affordability. Its goal is to reduce pollution, not raise revenues. Our approach puts money back in the pockets of Canadians. In fact, 8 out of 10 households get back more in the Canada carbon rebate payments than they pay as a result of the federal carbon pricing system. This has been confirmed repeatedly in independent studies, including by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Evidence confirms that putting a price on carbon works. It spurs clean growth, supports jobs, and cuts the pollution causing climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when I asked the question to the Prime Minister back in November of last year, it was very specific about the impact the carbon tax is having on the price of food. Yet the Parliamentary Secretary just let slip something that runs completely contrary to the narrative that the Liberals propagate on a daily basis. Even the announcement they made today with their so-called carbon tax rebrand. And Mr. Speaker, it's this. That Parliamentary Secretary said that it is a feature of the carbon tax that you raise the prices on the things that they don't want. So what does that translate to? Well, that translates to higher cost for Canadians to be able to afford things like the groceries and other essentials at the grocery store. That relates to higher costs on the transportation of the goods we need that are essential to our economy. That translates to higher costs for our farmers and producers. Mr. Speaker, the problem with the Liberal narrative on the carbon tax is that it is doing what it was designed to do, and that is raise prices. Yet it does not lower emissions. That's been proven very, very clear. I referenced earlier today, Mr. Speaker, that I heard a tragic example of how a food bank in Flagstaff County, Lynn sent me this email, and I know Lynn, and I appreciate her community volunteerism and activism. She talked about how clients to their food bank are lying about where they live and how many people are in their homes. Now, why would this happen? Well, one would think that lying is a bad thing. But Mr. Speaker, they're lying out of desperation because they're hungry. So this small town food bank in a rural county in Alberta, because of the price of food, you have Canadians that are forced into a position where they are lying, knowing that that could mean they're banned from the very food bank that they need. Mr. Speaker, it is a tragic consequence of the policies that member, that those ministers, that Prime Minister, and of course, we need to not leave out of the conversation the lackeys in the NDP that are propping up the corruption, propping up the high prices, propping up the inflation, and propping up the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, there is a part of this conversation, in addition to higher prices being a feature, not a flaw of the carbon tax, the fact that emissions are not a part of the conversation, even though they claim time and time again it is, when their own numbers say that it is not. Mr. Speaker, it's that how high is it going to go? In 2015, the Liberals ran, and that Prime Minister, and many of those who were elected, ran on a platform that promised that the price would never go more than $50 a ton, that the carbon tax would never be more than $50 a ton. They said that was the maximum, never be any higher, that you could take it to the bank. Well, Mr. Speaker, that ended up to be the furthest thing from the truth. It was revealed, not 4 years later, that their actual plan was $170 a ton. And they covered it up They were not honest with Canadians. But here is the question that I would ask in a follow-up to the cost of living crisis so many Canadians are facing, where more than half of Canadians, the indirect and direct costs of the carbon tax are leading to them having less money in their pockets because the government is taking it away from them. My question very, very clearly, and I hope the Parliamentary Secretary listens and responds directly. Will they follow the direction of certain international entities and activists that are calling for them to raise the carbon tax even higher? We hear as high as $1,000 a ton. So my question is, do they plan for that carbon tax to go higher that will rise the cost on everything? I'd like a clear answer, please.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's unfortunate the honourable member doesn't understand how a price on pollution works or why it's necessary. Canadians expect their elected representatives to pursue tangible solutions to combat issues like affordability and climate change. In the past year alone, Canadians have endured severe climate-related events, including wildfires, droughts, heavy snowfall, torrential rain, and tornadoes, marking some of the worst in our nation's history. These severe climate events are having a direct impact on food prices. Climate action is an economic necessity, and our government has a plan. We know a price on pollution is the most effective and least costly way of reducing greenhouse gas emissions while putting money back into the pockets of most Canadians. In provinces where the federal fuel charge applies, the proceeds generated from the price on pollution are returned to Canadians. In fact, 8 out of 10 households in these provinces receive more money back through quarterly carbon rebates than they pay. For example, a family of 4 residing in Alberta can receive up to $1,800. Canadians are understandably worried as elevated global inflation and high interest rates continue to squeeze their finances. The economic environment has driven up the cost of far too many necessities, everything from housing to groceries. And while Conservatives would have us think that carbon pricing is the main culprit, research from the University of Calgary reveals that the price on pollution adds less than a penny for every dollar spent on major expenses by Canadians. Our government is actively tackling affordability issues by introducing new measures to alleviate the financial strain on Canadians. In the fall economic statement, we unveiled a comprehensive plan to bolster affordability and support Canadian households facing financial strain. Our government has made significant amendments to the Competition Act aimed at fostering greater competition within the grocery sector, to lower costs and expand choices for Canadian consumers. Our government is also cracking down on junk fees like international roaming charges and overdraft charges from banks that are costing Canadians. And we're protecting homeowners with new mortgage relief measures. Mr. Speaker, our government is moving forward with meaningful actions to make life more affordable in this country, all while fighting climate change.
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
See, Mr. Speaker, here's what's interesting. I gave the opportunity for that member to deny very, very clearly if their plan was to raise the carbon tax to $1,000 a ton. She refused to do so. Now, the Minister of the Environment, the criminal socialist activist that serves as Environment Minister of this country, has made it very, very clear that it is.
I'll remind the honourable member that we can't call someone criminal. Let's back that rhetoric up just a little bit. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
The formerly convicted activist who faced criminal charges has said even the other day, Mr. Speaker, that he didn't want, that the government had decided not to build any more roads. The Canadians should simply take a walk. Well, here's my suggestion, and I would hope that that member would support the many Canadians that reach out to me from across the country, from across this country, from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker, that are saying that that Environment Minister, that Prime Minister, and the Leader of the NDP are the ones that need to take a walk. And maybe instead of rebranding the carbon tax that is driving up the price of everything, let's rebrand the Prime Minister of this country and elect the member from Carleton to be Prime Minister to bring common sense and bring home a government that actually works for Canadians.
Just also need to remind folks not to bang on the desk because interpreters don't really like it. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I was just saying to someone today how the ability to have respectful dialogue with each other and to disagree in an agreeable way is disappearing. And I'm really disappointed with the honourable member and the way he conducted himself during that during that rebuttal, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't add to productive dialogue on issues, and it's unfortunate that we can't have conversations in a meaningful way. So I think my time's probably almost up, Mr. Speaker, but it's really unfortunate that the Leader of the Opposition and his party don't have a plan to tackle climate change, nor do they have any desire to have a respectful conversation on this issue or any other issue, Mr. Speaker.
Thank everyone for their interventions this evening. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted, and accordingly this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.